channel different. But yeah,
Same bat channel, different bat link.
something like that. So we'll start there. And everything's all wiggly. Here we go.
Wiggly.
Copy link.
That's so
And,
pretty. Awesome.
and welcome back, everybody else. And we got some catching up to do. So,
A lot of shit went down.
went down, went up, went sideways,
All around.
inside out.
It's just
So.
a general shit show, yeah.
At the end of last week's live stream, last week's campaign session, words, they're hard. We just had this great big knockdown, drag out battle in the arena of Kaldesh. And we were almost not quite to the end of it, and Ham had to leave a little bit early, so we cut it off a little bit early, but we continued, of course, in Messenger, where we do. And I will go ahead and preface everything else by saying that our player for Ham is taking a break. We don't know for how long, so I will be playing the part of Ham as an NPC.
Yes, but can you get her voice right?
That might be asking a bit much.
I may not be able to imitate her voice, but I might be able to come up with a voice. I don't know. Let me go put on some tighter underwear.
There you go. Oh, that's not quite it.
When Axel's doing it, it's gonna be some picture perfect.
So,
Okay.
so we at least got to the point where there was only like one guy left who was making his death saving throws, and there might have been another. I don't know. We just kind of like whisked it away. So to pick up from there, after I can read too, I promise.
Doubtful.
Hey,
Ooh, watch it, boy.
don't get your character killed before we get to the next scene.
So after having snapped the neck of his own friend Nira, Grum searches the stadium for Ewan. He spots him as the battle is winding down and the crowd's cheers begin to die to a loud roar. Grum points him out and beckons him with one finger. With all the other participants of the tournament either unconscious or dead beyond resurrection, Ewan, who has been watching from high above with an insight check of 18, has realized that Ham was supposed to be a part of the rest of the group and becomes absolutely infuriated. Ewan erupts from his place in the higher levels of the stadium, standing on his stone disc, and shouts, "Enough!" as his voice bounces throughout the arena. So does the sound of a large gong, the sign that turns us over. The mages around the perimeter shift the motions of their hands and quietly spoken commands. Everyone... Sorry, I saw an R in chat. I don't know what... I guess that's respect or just hey or... Hi, son of cool. You were all encapsulated within the invisible spheres once again, then telekinetically moved to the outer walls of the battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, your reigning and still champions, Grum. Then, with a lowered volume and tone of loathing, and friends. His voice gets softer and lower as you are all slowly drawn in toward him. But there's a problem, Grum. You see, this is supposed to be a tournament of fighters, not murderers. Accidents happen here and there, sure, but you already had the blood of 53 innocent people on your hands before today, and now? He looks around at the body parts strewn about him. Now you're up to 56. And one is a goddess? Woohoo, Grum. That's just not good. Your spheres are within 30 feet of you, and as Grum says, I told you I was sorry. Shut up, interrupts Ewan. Fuck your sorries. Your sorries won't bring him back. Ewan takes a deep breath and recollects himself as the audience goes so quiet you could hear a pin drop, waiting with bated breath. I thought about you, Grum, a lot. I dreamt about you. I obsessed over you. I wanted to see you die for so long. I wanted it to be slow and terrible and agonizing, but then I met someone who pointed out that the only punishment suitable for a murderer isn't to kill them back, to take their life in exchange for the one they took. No. The only just punishment is for that murderer to suffer the loss and pain felt by those whose lives the victims touched. Leave him his life. Take his love. Take his child. Take his family. Take his friends. Ewan, pleads Grum. Your problem is with me, not them. Let them go. Grum rolled an 11 for persuasion versus Ewan rolling a nat 20. So apparently Grum's not good at lying or persuading, even though he's got high charisma. He just can't roll for squat.
That's because Grum's just honest.
He is. You claim their innocence, Grum, laughs Ewan. Your druid friend over there just took the head of her own goddess. Innocent? Innocent? My son was innocent. He looks at you all from one to the next. I don't think any of you are. He begins walking from one sphere to the next, appraising you all with a 19 insight to watch Grum's reactions closely as he approaches each of you, versus Grum's 16 deception. Again, he can't lie, although that really wasn't a bad deception roll. To hide the look on his face and keep himself under control within the resilient sphere. Huh, scoffs Ewan as he looks at Axel. It's funny. The guy who advised me on your punishment was a vampire too. Called himself S.H.I.N.I.E. He told me his kid might show up, so I know this one isn't innocent. He walks around trying and Axel cracks his knuckles. Look here, you son of a bitch.
How about you let me at it? I can rip off your head like a goddamn chew toy.
He walks around Trifecta Sphere. I heard about you from this stream too. In fact, he holds up a sending stone similar to Geltina's, and it's glowing with a waiting message. This is supposed to be for you. He activates the stone and drops it into the sphere with Trifecta, the sound of her army in anguish and torment, begging for death, bouncing throughout her chamber and pounding into her head. Ewan then moves on to Ham. Kicks the head of Gaia into her sphere, shakes his head, and walks away.
Ouch.
All of these were with rolls and checks as he is seeing Grum's reactions. As he is making his way through Geltina's sphere, Alanir says, "What about you, Mr. Oh, you deserve to be punished for an accident when I wasn't paying attention to his own kids." Alanir with the witty insults.
Sorry. Didn't want you to hurt your hand.
Ewan skips past Geltina and Twinkle, who's growling at him, and walks straight to Alanir.
Go.
A dull...
Wonder if he would be more comfortable with it, we can get it from one round.
It's fine. He does it right there. Sorry.
A dull club and a sharp tongue. He reaches a hand up and then closes it into a fist. And Alanir rolls a 6 on her wisdom saving throw. Hello, Republic crew, Victor and Adonis. What's up? There's got to be an abbreviated version for that name. We'll just call you Republic, I guess. Well, it's in the description, Republic, but we're playing D&D. Excuse me. So she fails wisdom save. Alanir's body seizes and stiffens from the neck down, and she's unable to move. The sphere around her drops, and Ewan forces her to her knees so that she is eye to eye. Such an angel. He starts walking behind her. Are you innocent? Ooh, better question. Are you innocent in his eyes? At that point, Grum's luck with his deception runs out and he rolls a 5.
Ouch.
Grum is unable to control his rage anymore and his body is enveloped in bright flames. His friends are being attacked and he's had enough bullshit. You touch one hair on her head. Ewan chuckles as he walks his fingers along Alanir's wings. It's not her hair that piques my interest, Grum. Her feathers, on the other hand. And he plucks a feather from the down of Alanir's wing where it meets her shoulder blades. It's in a sensitive spot. But Alanir holds her composure, doesn't want to show that it hurt. And she says,
Damn right, I don't want to show that it hurts.
She says, Grum is 10 times the good guy you'll ever be. Grum starts pounding against the wall of his fear, causing explosions of flame and light, and the fires from his rage threaten to fill the entire space. Let them go! Grum's persuasion of 16 versus Ewan's 18. Ewan plucks another feather. Now why would I do that? You're just a chubby bully who can't take responsibility for being unawares. In her attempt to hide the sting of the second plucked feather, Al fails her deception check. So, she tries to hide it, but the slightest little yelp escapes her lips. And at that sound, the flames inside Grum's sphere now not only take up the entire space, but they begin to change colors. The reds, oranges, and yellows are still present, but they start giving way to flames of black and green, as Grum lets loose a roar that sounds like it started in the depths of the 9 hells and gathered every angry, tortured soul on its way up and out. As Grum pounds against the invisible container, it begins to crack. Ewan sees this and realizes he may be out of time. With a feather in each of his hands, he raises them and shouts, Archon, Ithmarik's whoop. He then floats up and away on his stone disc as the magicians around the perimeter take up his chants. Ithmarik's whoop, Ithmarik's whoop. Archon Vjafstilon, Ithmarik's whoop. Draconic for anybody who cares.
Better than I can fucking say.
Which, FYI, nobody translated
Hint, hint.
with comprehend language spells
Feta.
or anything. But okay.
I got that hint at that first.
You can stop staring at the camera, DM. Okay.
No, actually, I thought, hey, I can understand that, but am I still stoned yet, or am I stoned yet? That's what I was trying to figure out.
No, you're no longer stoned at this point. And Axel is no longer paralyzed, right?
Yeah.
Well, we're getting to this.
Oh.
Okay.
So if she's still stoned, she wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, well, she can still hear things.
True.
She wouldn't have been
Yeah,
able. She
see,
wouldn't have been
I
able to cast a
thought-
spell, but
She might have been able to remember a little bit of it.
we might have been able to figure out something. And there is also someone who was not stoned who has this really nifty sketchbook that she could have written down with this magical quill that would have translated it for her. Of course, she's probably a little busy staring at her goddess's head at her feet. So, at any rate,
I mean, that's a good amount of shell shock right there.
right.
Oh
So-
shit! I actually killed. What the fuck?
Grum's sphere explodes, shattering as he launches himself off Trifecta's bubble in pursuit of Ewan. Trifecta's bubble now has a Grum's foot-sized hole in the top. You all watch as Grum bounces his way up the invisible barrier surrounding the arena, grabs Ewan out of the air. And these are all athletics checks and grapple checks and such. Grabs Ewan out of the air and starts falling to the ground like a black and green meteor. Okay, Republic, if you're my neighbor and you're outside the door, feel free to knock on the door. But We're trying to live stream. Mm, 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 grabs Ewan out of the air and starts falling to the ground like a black and green meteor. Which, after all the dice rolls, dealt way more damage than was necessary. Because
Oh no, that was all of that was necessary because that dude was a.
Since they were falling from 150 feet in the air, and the Grum has grapple damage from his flames from being raged, and his flames now have the same effect as disintegrate. So
I hope he felt all of that on the way down.
You're all blown back 15 feet from the force of the impact, so they are now each 45 feet from the center of the arena. And only a few more feet to the stadium wall. The earth shakes, the dust settles, and Grum kneels alone in the middle of a 5-foot deep crater. The audience stares in stunned silence, but the magicians continue their chant. Ithmerig's woo, Ithmerig's woo. Then they too fall silent. The hold person spell on Alanir does go away, and she's able to move, and the resilient spheres dissipate. In the stillness, the ground moves, and from deep within the earth comes a dull thumping sound. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Alanir runs towards Grum. Alanir checks her sending stone.
Trifecta. Or,
Geltina.
Tina.
What did I say?
Alanir.
No, Alanir runs to Grum. Geltina checks her sending stone. And then, never mind. No, she does not check the sending stone. Then she does, and she doesn't, and she does, and she doesn't. Sorry.
It's like waiting for that text message that never comes.
I'm teasing. That's the... Yeah, it works for Republic. I do try to keep an eye on the chat and respond and reply when possible. And you'll have to pardon me. Some of the confusion is from everyone being eager to continue on, and then remembering that we still have to wait on other people, so we don't get too far ahead of ourselves. And at that point, everyone got to level up. So everyone's level 7. Let's see. Had to clarify a few things. Oh, okay. Geltina looks worriedly at Axel, unsure how to help him, and takes the sending stone out of her pocket to check, while also asking the rest of the party if anyone needs healing. She also picks up Trifecta's sending stone to turn it off and asks if anyone knows how to unpetrify her. Had Geltina give a perception check. Geltina, the scene is surreal. Your mouth and body are on autopilot in a mix of protective mother and first responder modes as her mind is trying to make sense of the chaos and confusion. Holding the stone to her ears, she surveys the area. She hears Radzak. Gods in Kaldesh, eh? Interesting. Then there's some muffled incantations. Don't die on me, kitty. You got this. I believe in you. Besides, you're with the defending champion. And your friends should be safe at the Cooked Goose if you got the penthouse like you should have. I put up the protection spells myself. Ooh, gotta go.
We're gonna have to stab Radzak. Smack him a couple of times at least.
For what?
For being a smartass.
Well, it's not that he's being a smartass. It's
Busy.
So this is a prime example of separating player knowledge, or in this case, DM knowledge, with character knowledge, NPC knowledge. He is receiving the messages that Geltina sends and responding to what she has sent. So
I'm just saying he's a smart ass a lot.
Oh, yeah, a little bit, but he's smart enough to be a smart ass. So
I never said he
he's
wasn't.
a little cocky. He has every right to be. But, and he says, "I put up the protection spells myself." Ooh, gotta go. Lunch is ready. Looking into the stands, the first thing Geltina notices is that the audience is starting to trickle out of the stadium. Mothers are ushering their kids. The masses are trying to stay calm, but you feel a sense of panic is beginning to wash over the crowd. Bringing her eyes back down, she notices that while a couple of them are backing away towards the exits, most of the mages around the perimeter are watching the center of the arena in much the same way as a pyromaniac watches a burning match. Meanwhile, she sees one of the clerics in conversation with one of the mages. The cleric's eyes go wide. He grabs two other clerics and they hop their way into the arena. One heads to Axel, quickly pulls the bolt from his chest and starts feeding him healing potions. The second runs to Trifecta and starts casting a spell. Trifecta slowly begins to turn from stone back to flesh. At the risk of copyright infringement, don't sue me, Disney. A la Han Solo coming out of carbonite. The third runs to where Grum and Alanir stand central to everyone and start casting Mass Cure Wounds repeatedly. It brings everyone's hit points back to maximum. Nobody regained any spell slots. The entire time, the ground rises and falls by several inches as the sound grows louder and closer. Boom, 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 boom. Cannot help but to hear the rhythm as a heartbeat. By the time everyone is healed, screaming has started in the audience as all of Kaldesh goes into full-blown panic. "We gotta go," says the lead cleric, then gradually louder as he backs away, then turns to run. "You gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Go, go, go." The ground starts to get warmer. Getting everybody caught up. Questions, technicalities. We did make some adjustments to. So Trifecta has Tensor's floating disc in her spellbook, but we are homebrew. We want to make it fun and interesting. So it is now less of Tensor's floating disc and more like her own personal little magic carpet. Without
It's
the
her
carpet.
own anti-grav device.
Yeah. Axel wants to search for Gaia's remains, for which I said no roll is necessary. I mean, she was 20 feet tall at the time, so her nearly 20-foot tall body is kind of hard to miss, and it's only about 100 feet directly in front of Axel, as he's facing everyone. And Grum and Alanir are in between Axel and Gaia's body, and Gaia's beach ball size head is at Ham's feet. Okay. And then after Ham's player informed me to take a break, I informed the rest of the group and went ahead and did a recap because all of that was spread out over the course of several days and neurodivergence. What are we going to do? So Ewan had them all in a circle, each 30 feet from the center of the arena. When Grum landed, obliterating Ewan, they were each knocked back an additional 15 feet before they were released from the spells binding them. Alanir immediately ran to Grum's side. There are a few seconds of stunned silence as the mages finish the incantations, at which point the ground begins to rise and fall with the sound of a massive heartbeat rising quickly from far below. Geltina runs to Trifecta, turning off the live feed sending stone that Ewan tossed into her sphere to torture her, a gift from Lord Vistream. Trifecta, meanwhile, feels some of this was also done in private messaging and text. So, um, Trifecta, meanwhile, feels the panic coming from the three clerics who jumped into the pit to heal the party and who are now running for the exit, screaming, "We gotta go!" Seemingly unfazed by Vestream's gift, or at least realizing that there is imminent danger that should take priority over her personal feelings, she summons a near invisible 10-foot wide disc beneath herself and Geltina, which BT dubs, Trifecta, if you want to work out how you're feeling or at what how you were feeling at that point, whether it was a matter of immediate danger taking over or that you really are brushing off the sending stone and what's going on with your army. Either way, just something for you to think about. The well, that's all, folks. The disc lifts them up, and Trifecta commands it to move to where Axel has run to Ham's location to see if there's any way he can help with Gaia. Ham stares in stunned silence at Gaia's lifeless face, the druid still processing the fact that she just beheaded her own goddess of nature. Trifecta and Geltina reach Axel and Ham. "Get on," they yell. "We gotta go." "Ham! Ham!" Ham's eyes are wide with a 1,000-yard stare, so Axel grabs Ham along with Gaia's severed head, which I believe he rolled a dirty 20 on that.
Yep.
Right here. And so the four of them, along with Twinkle, Pom Pom, and Bloom, find themselves crammed onto the floating disc, facing Grum and Alanir, who, mind you, are still 45 feet away. When the ground collapses a few feet before immediately exploding in a shower of rock and lava, knocking the disc back another 30 feet where it slams into the arena wall. We had to make some dex saving throws. Dex saving throws. See who was able to stay on. I kind of made it a group thing. So the disc impacts the arena wall with enough force to knock Geltina and Twinkle over the edge. Trifecta, while regaining control of the platform, manages to catch Twinkle as he smacks her square in the chest, then climbs, chittering onto her shoulder. Axel grabs Geltina's hands as she falls and swings her back onto the disc while the ground below turns into a lake of lava. Meanwhile, Grum stands straight, pushing himself up with his hammer. Alanir, covered in all her shinies around her waist or strapped to her back, helps him up. And so this is a fun little, I guess you'll call it a mini game that I got to play with Alanir, because I had a realization that while some people have a bag of holding or some other way to carry their belongings, Alanir does not. And so all of these shinies that she has been collecting have been strapped to her back, around her waist, and I just imagine her as the version of that little old lady in Labyrinth with the big backpack and all the stuff. Okay. And I actually got her entire inventory together and had her roll a little shiny check, which determined how many of those things she was going to have a chance to grab, which she luckily rolled very high, so she had a chance to grab most of her belongings. But she did have to make all the deck saves and all the whatevers. I think it was 27 rolls in total. Yeah. We'll spare you all the details. The explosion launches Grum and Alanir high into the sky as a 60-foot wide reptilian head erupts from the magma. Its scales are fiery red, its teeth the size of a man. There is no mistaking that this gargantuan creature, this force of nature, is indeed the ancient dragon Archon, ancient red dragon Archon, emerging from the depths. A mighty bellowing roar shakes the already collapsing stadium. Alanir opens her wings the moment gravity begins to pull her down, and there's a moment when she locks eyes with Grum before she notices that all her shinies have been blasted off her person. And all of this happening in a matter of seconds. And at the very least, in my mind, like a very fast, like cartoony panicked grab. When she goes into a panicked mad grab, trying to gather all her shinies and place them back where they belong, in a scene reminiscent of Lucy trying to keep up with the chocolate machine. She sweeps her left arm and catches 4 of her 5 lesser healing potions. With her right, she manages to save 2 of her 3 greater healing potions. After getting them hooked onto her belt, she grabs and holsters the Alanir Slugger and Roberto. She needs those. The sound of tiny screams reaches her ear, causing her to swat at it and somehow grab her box of 22 mimic coins. Her bag with 30 assorted gems flies by. As she grabs it, some of them fall out, but she salvages 13 of them. Somewhere in the chaos, Slave's Vengeance accidentally rings her arm, causing her to miss grabbing the Staff of Amon as the golden bowler flops onto her head. The Cloak of Displacement flits and lands across her wings. She snags the burlap sack containing 100 shotgun shells that she simply knows as little metal cylinders.
Shiny cylinders.
With one hand, and grabs the +1 shotgun with the other. Ewan's wand of polymorph flies by Alanir's face. A new shiny. Alas, she has no time for new shinies. Her old shinies are in danger. Because the wand had her attention, she misses catching the coronet of clean hands, and it flips as it falls. She spots the javelin of lightning that Axel never recovered, but sees it's too far away to grab for him. Besides, it's not her shiny. Grum's teleportation dagger that was tucked in her bosom hadn't gone far, and she taps it back into place. Grum's soul crystal necklace started lifting off, but she deftly tugs it back around her neck. A large bag of gold and the small box containing the yippee nipple fall from the folds of Grum's kilt. Just as an FYI, Grum had 214,454 gold in that bag. The reason I asked you for that percentage roll was to see how much of that you would have been able to hold on to, and you would have potentially had 98,000 gold. But
yeah.
it was one more point on the initial shiny check, you'd have had the shot. It was right there, and I'm like, do I give it to? No, can't do it. So,
That hurts.
At any rate, so bag of gold and the yippee nipple fall out of Grum's kilt, and Grum can't fly. Alanir and Grum reach out for each other's hands. I made that a combined dexterity save with a DC of 35, and Grum rolled a 23 with a nat 20, and Alanir rolled a 12, so they just made it. So they barely get a grip, and the sudden heavy weight of the half-giant is straining. Al, Grum smiles. That looks good on you. He opens his mouth to continue, but is cut short as the jagged pointed teeth of Archon pierce his torso and rip Grum from Alanir's grasp, which was a combined strength saving throw of 50. Grum rolled a 25, Alanir 24. Archon throws Grum into the lava below. The half-giant disappears under the surface of molten rock as the dragon's front feet slam down, creating a tidal wave of magma that washes over the lower seats of the arena. Archon bellows, collapsing the Colosseum. So for clarification, in all of that, Alanir lost 1 lesser healing potion, 1 greater healing potion, the Staff of Amon, and the Coronet of Clean Hands. Plus missing the saves for the Wand of Polymorph, Lightning Jab, blah, blah, blah.
And Grum.
And Grum.
By 1 freaking point.
By 1 freaking point. So while Trifecta gains altitude to avoid the molten wave and collapsing Colosseum, Ham spots something curious. Guys, she cries out, pointing into the stands. There you all see the stadium is empty except for one little girl. She is perhaps 8 or 10 years old, wearing a little Grum onesie. Little Grum onesie. Um,
Mine got burned up.
oh, but with the hood pulled back. Her long white hair flows behind her as the blasts of hot air blow by. Her hands are clasped and her mouth is moving as if in prayer. Her pink eyes look skyward and she clenches them shut, trying to pray so hard as Grum splashes into the lava and is submerged. Before anyone has a chance to react, the roof of the stadium collapses and you are no longer able to see her. Archon's head, neck, shoulders, and front legs have emerged, and he's pulling himself out of the ground. Honestly, I was just going to have you guys be completely unseen by Archon, but then somebody asked if he could see you.
Never ask a question like that.
So I was like, hey, you know what? That's a good question. Let me roll a die and see. And Archon already has a plus 16 to his perception, and then he rolled a nat 20. So,
He pinged you guys.
so Alanir's about 200 feet or so in the air over the middle of the arena. She's kind of like over Archon's head. The disc is directly in front of Archon's huge left eye. When he spots you, he opens his maw and his head begins swinging in your direction. Let's see. At that point, Ham reaches a hand toward the dragon's eye, and necrotic energy blasts out. He makes a con save as she's casting Blight. She rolls 38 damage, but because he made the save, it deals 19 damage. It's not a lot, but it's enough to cause him to shut his eye for a few seconds. Kind of like when you get a little piece of sand in your eye. Ham then casts Pass Without Trace, so everyone gets plus 10 to their dexterity checks and stealth rolls while within 30 feet of Ham, and she says, let's get the fuck out of here. Everyone wants to dive into the lava after Grum.
Not everyone.
And then they are gently reminded that
Lava fire hurt.
lava deals 18 d10 damage for every round. What if I just reach in? Give me a wisdom check. Yeah, you're pretty sure if you stick your arm in the molten lava, you're going to lose it. Okay. Let's see. Geltina makes her obligatory character statement. Oh, look, a giant, scaly, pain-in-my-ass dragon. I hate it here. Geltina uses resistance on Twinkle and gives him resistance to fire, then gets him back onto her shoulders. Alanir sees Ham pointing and follows her finger and also sees the little girl who somehow looks familiar, but the child is crushed beneath the falling debris. She flies over to try to help the girl. So Ham has temporarily blinded Archon, so he's a bit pissed, and his head is swinging toward everyone on the disc. Alanir, words. I'm still trying to get used to missing teeth. Alanir's diving towards where the little girl stood only seconds ago, about 60 feet in front of the disc, and away from Archon's mouth. The top of the stadium debris is only about 20 feet higher than their current altitude. And so we take the disc up and over the wall of debris. With pretty good little stealth checks. As the disc is going up and over, Ham uses Wild Shape and shifts her form into a raven. And she says, "Get to the cooked goose." And then she flies towards Alanir. "We'll meet you there." Trifecta manages to get the disc up and over the debris just before Archon reopens his eye. His perception, even at disadvantage, was 21, which tied the stealth roll. Of course, tie goes to the player. He doesn't seem to notice Ham or Alanir, who are slightly behind him and below his head, as he starts pulling the rest of his body from the depths. After they get over the wall, or the wall of debris, a couple of good survival checks. Trifecta expertly navigates the disc over the wall of debris and immediately sees the giant statue of Grum, instantly recognizing where she is, but she never got to really see where or what the cooked goose is. Because if we will recall, Trifecta got caught up in the crowd and just kind of got swept away. So the rest of the party saw the cooked goose. A couple of them went over to the cooked goose, but Trifecta's little body just kind of like disappeared in the crowd and couldn't really see anything that was going on. So she never really got to see where or what the cooked goose is. Ham didn't exactly elaborate. For all Trifecta knew, Ham was sending her to find supper. Geltina, however, points directly to the inn. The cooked goose is over there. The inn. You cannot help but notice the sea of people below you screaming in panic as chaos washes over the town. Alarm bells start to ring in the distance. Town guards are trying to get to the Colosseum, but the stampede hinders their progress. Alanir, when you get to the spot where you saw the little girl, you see only 3 things protruding from beneath a stone that has to weigh a ton or more. First, a swath of white hair, mottled with blood and some white feathers. Second, a tiny child's hand sticking out of the red sleeve of her Grum onesie. And finally, next to the child's hand, a simple necklace with a broken crystal. A raven lands on one of the large stones in front of you. Oh no, says the raven. Poor girl. I'm sorry though, Al, we gotta go. The raven sounds a lot like that sandwich that's been running around with you guys. At this point, before anyone continues, I'm gonna make sure I still understand. Okay. Alanir weeps openly at the loss of innocent life when she hears the raven telling her they have to go. When she looks up, she sees Axel leap off the disc in a moment of heroic stupidity. Great sword of life-stealing drawn over his head with both hands as he attacks Archon, just flying out of the sky. Alanir takes flight after him, snatches him out of the air, and carries him over the wall of debris as he kicks and screams the entire way. Let me go! I had him right where I wanted him. That fucker's gotta die. Bunch of clarifying questions and a very lucky set of dice rolls. So, Geltina turns herself into a hawk with the intent of flying fast and low and going ahead and getting to the end. I'm asking where she is flying to. My fault for giving her options. I asked her if she was going to the front door or the roof or an open window.
She goes for the open window.
And she asks, is there an open window? Investigation check. She rolls a 23. Plenty good enough. And then, so I start rolling my dice. There was a 6% chance of any one window being open at all. Just so happened one was. So then I had to roll for which floor of the 6-story building this open window is going to be on. And it landed on the 6th floor. Nobody else is on the 6th floor because those are their rooms. So,
We got lucky.
not only is Geltina instinctively drawn to the inn, but her keen hawk vision immediately spies Barlow leaning out of the top floor window trying to figure out what all the commotion is about.
She had the luck of the gods on her side.
Yeah,
At
yeah.
least one of them was dead.
I know.
Not the dead god. um,
Whoa.
at this point, I also have to ask Axel.
Yeah.
Sorry. Since you grabbed Ham and Gaia's head, which is the size of a beach ball, and got them onto the disc, and the disc got up and was flying over the wall when you decided to leap off and attack the dragon, what did you do with Gaia's head?
Give it to him. Just hold this.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
re-traumatize her again.
couldn't have done it at that because by that point Ham had already turned into a raven and flown off.
So you would have had to give it to
Sergeant, hold this.
Feta or
Geltina's jumping
Yeah,
off
it would
this.
have had to been Trifecta or
All right, then.
Trifecta.
Twinkle, Pom Pom Bloom.
I hand it to Bloom and Pom Pom.
Okay.
Oh, that's gonna be great.
So, oh yes, it's as Pom Pom and Bloom are like, okay, we're so used to this at this point.
Have you given them any instruction or just here, hold this?
Here, hold this.
Just here, hold this. Okay.
Oh damn.
So that's where we are. We'll give everyone a chance to gather, bring their thoughts together, figure out what we're going to do, and that's where we'll pick up the session as soon as I get back from this quick little cigarette break. Oh,
Yeah, Alanir is bawling her eyes out because, well, yeah.
oh, for sure, for sure.
Hungry.
Axel is incredibly pissed off now.
Yeah, I've got a hold of pissed off Axel. I can see this in the air. Little Axel doing that. Let me go, and Alice just flying around because she can't even see where the fuck she's going.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea was good.
What are you doing over
The
there?
idea was kind of ingenious. Problem, I am just level 7.
Yeah, you're tiny right now. You're not godlike yet.
I can.
Although, obviously, we don't have to be godlike yet.
No.
If I become godlike, I'm gonna disintegrate.
Since this is the only day off I have, I'm working on Christmas presents because I'm not ready. So.
Yeah, I need to do that with my 3D printer. Because I have plenty of 3D spool.
That would be a great idea.
I
I have not done Christmas presents this year. This year is we surviving this year. That's what we doing.
basically.
So
So I might make. Well, and maybe I could do that. I could design a ornament or something.
I'll be doubling up on the handmade gifts throughout the year because I probably will anyway.
There you go.
I made a basket with this.
Cute.
Yeah. I want to make one that's like not quite so coiled. Because it was tight coiled so you couldn't see anything.
What do you do with that rope?
Make basket and show.
Good job,
Yeah.
Early.
That's about 60 feet of this, which 20 feet is like 100 bags.
Mm.
So
So you're doing your part for recycling. Jesus Christ.
yeah, I've
You're doing all of our
upcycled
parts.
probably what 3,000 bags at this point.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, because like I take like between 50 and 100 bags and turn them into one ball, and then I take that ball and turn that into rope, and that's about 20 feet of rope, and then you take the 20 feet and then you multiply it by uh, however much. And this was, I mean, it wasn't a bad sized basket, but it was, you know, average, I guess you could say, sized basket.
Yeah, that works.
So that's like 60 feet. So probably anywhere from 60 to 100 feet per basket. So 20, so that's 3. About 400 to 500 bags per basket. Anywhere from 300 to 500, I guess.
Yeah.
Just round it up and call it 500 bags.
I will blink 500 bags and I will something 5 spin 500
more.
to be the bitch that spun 1,000 bags and then fell down on the floor. Do.
So, current situation. Geltina's turned into a hawk, and we have Trifecta's disc with Twinkle, Pom Pom, and Bloom. Just behind that, we have Alanir carrying a disgruntled, kicking and screaming Axel, and there with them is Ham in Raven form, and
Oh, I just had a genius way to get him to stop fighting. Hey, Axel,
clunk him over the head.
what would Palm and Bloom do without you?
I really don't know anymore.
So the question right now is, it's a good it's a good half mile or so to the inn.
We're gonna find a safe place to drop.
So you can fly the entire way. That's what we were doing calculations for. So the question is, so as a hawk, Geltina's fly speed is 60 feet. If she burns an action, she can do 120 feet per round.
Mm-hmm.
Your flight speed is 60 feet.
And my flight speed is 60 feet.
And so you guys...
You're not flying right now, though.
Right. You guys could match speed with Geltina and be right. And...
Could they match speed? Because I chose to dash.
Yeah, well, if they also dash, then...
Oh, okay.
All right.
Right, then they would also be 120 feet.
I don't think I'm going to, unless, like, absolutely
if
necessary.
you maintain your normal flight speed, if Trifecta burns actions, if Trifecta burns actions to dash, then she can move the disc up to 60 feet. That's the maximum speed. It moves at her walk speed, which is 30 feet. So if she dashes 60 feet. So
could I drop Axel and grab Trifecta and the pets so that she doesn't have to expend that?
Axel collects his tongue and basically just goes, and then he just turns into this form and just tries to return back to his house.
okay.
Calling down.
That way we're all flying
Is there a door
at
on the
least.
roof?
Yeah.
No?
So you want to pick up Trifecta and the critters,
Mm-hmm.
which
With the head.
really Bloom is the only one you're going to be able to
Yeah.
pick up between the two ferrets, since Pom Pom is a ghost.
Yeah, Palm
So-
can just fly along with.
Right.
Just hops on Axel's his shoulder and just turns into mist with him. Which, I guess that's what another action they can do. They can just join mist form with me.
Said who?
Bloom and
Honey,
Pom-Pom.
don't give the DM ideas to fuck shit up.
Because I never said that they could join you in your mist form.
When they entered my code, I turned into mist form. They went with me.
I may have forgotten to take something into account, but forgetting and allowing are two different things. So if you get away with it, don't bring it up to me. I'll
Yes,
keep
if
an eye
you're
on
getting
it.
away with it, don't say anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
You know, I do try. I really do.
Hey,
I know
the
you're
goal-
too honest for words, darling.
We're here to have fun.
Yeah.
So y'all take off. I'm assuming Trifecta is cool with being grabbed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you can drop your concentration on the disc, or you can continue to move the disc. That's up to you. I don't remember how long it lasts.
If the pets are off of it, I'll drop the concentration on it.
Okay.
It's kind of spooky. That's what am I doing?
So
But not until everybody's off and safe.
right. How are you gonna grab Trifecta? Are you gonna carry her like a little baby? Are you gonna like hold her around the waist? You gonna grab her by the belt? Or, well, I guess she doesn't have belts. She got the ropes, many stars, but
I don't think I'd want to grab her by the belt because, you know, maybe her shinies might fall off of her. So probably I'd grab her around the waist and tell her to hold on.
right. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing this as
Bloom as well.
Or can I grab Bloom, or what about Tina got Twinkle, right?
So here's how I'm seeing this happening. So we have Alan here with her salvaged shinies strapped on her back and around her waist, a little golden bowler on top of her head, swooping down, you know, the cloak of displacement just kind of flapping around between her wings, and just grabbing Trifecta at the same time. Trifecta grabs Bloom,
And Bloom has the head.
and Bloom holding onto this big beach ball of a head, just like stacked downward, and Twinkle just like zipping right up and like sitting on top, like his feet on top of the hat, just very much
Very much
like
being Twinkle.
Titanic style, just all right. So we're all taking off like a shot for the end. So as you guys are taking off, Archon manages to pull the rest of himself free from the earth. His mighty wings spanning almost half a mile wide as he stretches, and his voice carries throughout the entire region. My work is complete, he says informatively, and now my compensation is due. Go, he commands as fiery portals open throughout the city. Collect my reward. Creatures begin stepping through the portals. Human-sized warriors with hair and beards of fire wielding war hammers that are also alight. Large serpentine creatures with 2 arms carrying spears. Humanoids as large as Alanir wearing sashes and sarongs or wearing bands of golden jewelry, golden wrist and ankle cuffs, and seem to be controlling the portals. Similarly sized beings seemingly made of pure flame. 20-foot giants with dark skin and flaming red hair, the likes of which Geldina has seen once before. Clad in dark steel plate armor and brandishing great swords wider than Trifecta is tall. They rush first to the temples. The town guards are no match for such creatures and are swiftly mutilated beyond recognition or burned to ash. Come on, Mouse. As are the few straggling civilians. These beings show no mercy. As they spread their havoc throughout Kaldesh, Archon takes flight for the first time in millennia, soon disappearing from view. So you're seeing all of this going on as you're making the beeline for the inn, and the crowd beneath you is obviously in the panic masses kind of a deal.
Mm-hmm. And that's my reaction while I see this. The fuck did he do?
Start hell, I guess.
Trifecta says, what the fuck did I get myself into? Why did I leave home?
Why did I ever leave the house? This is why I stay home.
Jiltina's been saying that since she got dropped into.
This
a
is
fucking
why I
fountain,
don't
man.
work with people.
It's not agoraphobia. It's this shit.
Exactly.
I just don't want to deal with it.
This is what happens when I go outside.
This is what happens when I team up with people.
When we were told to go outside and play, this is what happens.
Welcome to your Gen X life.
Welcome to Gen X, yes. That's what disaster is.
So
We're meeting back at the Cooked Goose to try to plan and regroup, I guess.
okay. So, despite the screams and the pleas for help and the people dying, and we're going straight to the end.
Wow.
Give me an athletics roll. please,
Wow, dude.
So, as a hawk, Geltina can just zip right through the window. And while the window is a large window, Alanir is approaching full speed ahead.
Of course. And still crying her eyes out, so
right.
Shit's blurry.
And is going to have to attempt to throw everyone else in the window while she tucks and rolls to get through the window herself.
Trifecta.
Of course, she
Her
nailed
head
it.
a little to
22.
say, Al, come on, focus here. We got to be safe because we got to get Grum back. You haven't lost him yet.
I don't think you're going to have a chance to do that if Trifecta would give me a dex save. That would be great.
You might need it.
Trifecta will do that.
I should be fine, right? Because I am missed and I just go.
Yeah, you just float right in.
$14.
So first in the window is Trifecta, or the Geltina, and she's as Alanir approaches the window, and she gives a quick fling, and Gaia's head, with Bloom holding on for dear life, comes rolling in through the window across the floor.
Oh.
Quickly followed by Trifecta, who lands on her feet, forgets to calculate for velocity, and kind of tumbles over a little bit, and then still stands back up a little.
Missed the landing, but the recovery was a 9 out of 10.
And
Okay.
and Owl folds her wings in and just comes in head first like a rocket.
To the window!
To the wall! We're not listening to the rest of that one.
Of course, Al just zips right in and sits on her feet. She's really getting the hang of this flying thing. Thank goodness she got thrown off a tower.
Don't make her cry again, because she'll start crying for Grum.
And it is. Ham will be a few seconds behind you guys, but she comes in and she maintains her raven form, just sits on the windowsill. So that's everybody in the inn, in your penthouse room. It's a very nice room. It's simple. It's not ornately decorated or anything, but it is nice. They left the light on for you.
Oh. Motel 666 now, because
Geltina's wondering.
we're fucked.
Geltina's wondering exactly how protective this room is?
I'm sure she is.
You came a couple more salt, don't worry.
And just for clarification, it's like midday, like noon, lunchtime. So everything that's transpired, tournament and all, has just been in the morning because they started pretty early.
Yeah, wouldn't want to have to go into overtime, especially not sudden death.
Knock, knock, knock.
No, the sudden death has already happened.
I know.
Knock, knock, knock. Housekeeping?
Housekeeping.
Flap your pillow?
My brain just went straight to Family Guy. Why are you dinging him? Giggity. All right. So Geltina's wondering how safe this room is. What do you do? Are you just wondering,
Didn't your
or are you
friend
checking?
say something about something?
He said he put spells on it, but I'm not entirely sure that'll protect us from a dragon. So, what, you want me to do an Arcana check, or?
Are you looking for protective spells themselves and stuff like? Does anybody have detect magic?
I used to.
I'll look. I'm not sure. Let me check.
I'm not using the M word.
No, it's not. It's just a divination tool. Don't worry.
Good one. No, that's just a tool. It's not a M word. It's just a tool.
Yeah.
And she hears that in her head and she starts bawling again.
I figure as soon as he's in, Twinkle, jumps on top of Barlow. And it's just in his face, twittering like, this is what happened in its place when there's a lot.
Meanwhile, actually, it's the building. He just goes, and he turns out his horn. He just goes,
I don't think I have one for protection. Do I?
Detection.
I'm at the 4th level. Divination, Dragon's Breath, Fireball.
Al's just curled up crying right now.
I don't think anybody has detect magic.
Yes, I have detect magic.
Oh, well, would you like to
I
detect
thought
some
you
magic?
said protection. Yes,
No.
I will detect magic because I thought you said protection.
Okay. So they bring up that conversation, and Trifecta says, "Hey, I can find out real quick." Matter of fact, let me double check on the details of that.
Roll that beautiful bean footage. First one is absence or presence of damn word.
Understand the literal meaning of any language that you hear. What?
No, that.
Okay, let's see. What on earth? What the hell is going on? Why can't I see your spells?
It is for the duration you sense the presence of magical effects within 30 feet. I can take the magic action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object. And if an effect was created by a spell, I learn the spell.
Damn, that's some
Sorry,
absorb
I'm not.
magic type of stuff.
Hold on, I'm not.
You learn the spells school of magic. Sorry.
Why am I not seeing?
Give him a minute, feta.
Yeah, I'm having issues with Beyond here. I don't know if
You
it's,
good?
what on earth?
We totally need a smart-ass quip from Geltina.
Why?
Geltina's got nothing for you. Sorry.
They've changed the layout or something. I don't know. It's weird. Just since yesterday, apparently.
Yeah, a whole lot of stuff just updated like last freaking night. I don't know why.
Well, this is aggravating.
Mine was the other day, not yes, mine was a couple days ago.
Might also be because I have the window shrunk down a little bit. So I can not see your face as you're blanked out. But that's why I made a video call. Alright. Hey, come it. Okay. Let's do this. And go in here.
Is that better?
Okay. Yep, there you go. Detect magic. So detect magic takes 10 minutes to cast.
If it's a ritual, yeah, but if otherwise you just cast it.
And casting time, 1 action plus 10 minutes. As ritual. But that's the only way that she has it.
And crying and stuff in 10 minutes. We might want to see what we can do to.
Well, what if Peta will work on this? Do y'all want to see if there's
Hold on.
any kids or anything in
Hold
the
on.
streets that we can maybe get out?
I'm gonna, because we're homebrew and we want to make sure that we're having fun, so I'll make you a deal. I will allow you to cast it instantly if you burn a second slot, burn a
Inspiration
I'll
die?
use 2 slots.
hold on, where was it?
I got 4 slots. I'll use 2.
Where did it go?
Boom, boom.
Yeah. Yeah, if you'll burn 2 slots for it, we can do it instantly. That work?
Okay,
Okay.
done.
Oh, now I gotta get back to, yeah. So no, I didn't. I still needed to, all of that, and I still forgot to look at the spell. Change the home screen too. Now where's my
D&D Beyond, causing more stress than pen and paper.
right?
True.
And wanting to charge just as much for a digital book as a physical copy.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
That's fucked
Bull
up.
crap.
And this is the thrilling part for the live stream. Yay, waiting on this stuff to load. Okay.
Well, I mean, you could sit there and like rock back and forth or twitch so that it looks like you're buffering.
I'm panicking. We go into a max headroom mode. Welcome to D&D.
Buffering.
You know, to this day, whenever I think of Max Headroom, I still think about him in Back to the Future 2. Our specials today are beef and pork.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that is what popped into my head is that dude on the TV.
Yeah, max headroom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, detect magic. Come here. Okay, sense the presence of magical effects. If you sense such effects, you can take the magic action, see a faint or. And if an effect was created by a spell, you learn the spell school of magic. Um. Hmm. The caveat I'm going to have to throw in here is that you're not going to be able to learn the spells school of magic. But
Okay.
I will explain here in a moment.
Okay.
Kind of high level or something.
So you cast this spell trifecta, and of course, no one else is going to be able to see it. It's visible only to you. Um, but you've seen occasional protective spells and barriers and such before, but these are so many layers upon layers upon layers of spells that it's you recognize they're there. You're trying to sort some of them out. They're different protections against different elements, against different types of threats, against all kinds of things. Um, and I like you can't you can see what some of them are, but there's so many you can't really pick out any one from the other. There's so many of them tied together, um, and some of them are um, from ancient schools of magic, similar to the pentagrams that no one should really even have knowledge of. Um, and you also see on the ground, um, and anyone else who cared to look would be able to see a circle of stones set into the floor. Um, but trifecta, when you look at it, the runes on those stones are uh, glowing a bright blue. In a language that you have never seen before.
Can I do a dual cast and use the comprehend language to see what it's saying? Or do I have to actually hear it being spoken?
No. Comprehend languages, I think, works for written as well.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, that you hear or see signed. You also understand any written language. Okay. Yeah. Um, yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
So you see these symbols and you reach down and start tracing your fingers along them. And in a fashion similar to when Ham uses her sketch pad, the symbols start to shift around and you're able to make sense of them. And you are very quickly able to determine that this is a teleportation circle, which means that somewhere in the realm is the other side, another teleportation, at least one other teleportation circle that is linked with it. Um, and you are able to determine that this particular circle does only have one other circle connected to it. Um, and you're able to determine that this is meant for a quick get the fuck out of the city kind of a thing.
I would let everybody know,
Do you mean like
especially
we
especially
probably
tell
should?
Tina with Lolo, but we have to get out of there so we can figure out a way to where we can try to find Grum. And so, guys, really, with this protection that we have here, we also have this teleport that we can use to get out if we need to.
The teleportation
Whoops.
Or if we
circle
want to
takes a
fight, we
minute.
can get the pets and the kit and Lolo out so we know they're safe.
What was the question, Chelsea?
The teleportation circle takes a minute, right?
Uh, It's a good question.
Most likely.
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, because I just know it's going to take us out of here to safety. That's what I read.
But we also don't know exactly where.
Well, Geltina would like
Right.
to know how long it's going to take, because if she's got any amount of time, she wants to run downstairs and try to warn the proprietress, and etc.
Okay, Trifecta is going to volunteer to teleport out and teleport back in to see how long it takes. Will it let me come back?
That's a good question.
I want to try it so I can see where we go and see if I come back. And that way, that's the only way we're going to find out. Somebody's got to go through it. Unless we send Pom Pom.
Okay. You step in the circle and you die. No, I'm kidding. Okay. Anybody else?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time.
Anybody else tagging along, or?
Geltina runs downstairs to try to warn the proprietress and everybody about Archon.
And I let Geltina, before she runs out, I tell her what I'm doing. I'll be back. Hopefully.
Oh yeah, I tell Barlow to go with them.
Okay. So I take Lolo's hand and we step into the teleport.
So Trifecta takes Barlow's hand and steps in the teleportation circle, and everyone else is
I'm
standing by.
I'm going with them to make sure they're fine.
I'll go with Geltina to make sure that she's okay, because splitting up into like single person groups not good.
Okay.
Yeah, Axel's my hero. Yeah, Axel's gonna come with me.
Also, he kind of does want to get out of the city. It's not been good for him.
I don't think the city's been good for anybody.
So then Ham is going to go ahead and stand on the teleportation circle as well. She is very... she lives for this shit, for the runes, for the ancient magic and the stuff and the things and the archaeology. And she's got to know herself. She's absolutely curious. So we've got Al and Geltina heading downstairs. Twinkle with you, I assume?
No, Twinkle's on Barlow.
Okay, so Twinkle's with Barlow.
Pom Pom Bloom are with me.
Right. Alright, so...
where are we putting the head?
I still have it, just carrying it around, just...
That's a choice.
Right.
That is a choice.
Give me a perception check, please, Axel, since you're determined to hold on to the goddess's head that has been severed less than an hour ago.
You will wait.
He doesn't technically have to. He is the DM.
Yeah, you are right. Would you...
That is a well freaking balanced die.
Give it that. After these messages, we'll be right.
Right.
17.
Okay. As you're getting ready to step on the circle of teleportation with everybody, and you glance down at Gaia's head, you notice that even though it was a fresh kill, so it should be a fresh looking face, it looks very drained. Not just of blood, but just sunken into itself. Like whatever was in there has been just sucked right out.
That's not
Yeah.
good.
So is it a deflated beach ball now?
a misshapen beach, semi-deflated. It's got a little bit of air.
One of those helium balloons that's been left outside for
Yeah, it cut a little too long.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite float up. It just kind of like halfway. There's a little bit of play in the string. Yeah.
Exactly.
So as Alanir and Geltina step out the door, start heading down the stairs, Trifecta begins reading the incantation on the floor around the circle. And as she speaks the incantation aloud that's written on the ground, Trifecta, you feel a surge of arcane energy flow through you. And the runes around the circle glow a vibrant blue that everyone can see. And you are all suddenly met with a blast of crisp, cold air. You are instantly teleported and are now standing on what seems to be the receiving teleportation circle. And I need to know which direction everyone was facing as they were standing on the circle.
I was not standing on the circle. I was down.
I
going
was
downstairs.
Just give me like a north, south, east, west, facing the
North.
middle, facing out.
Northwest.
Northwest. Okay.
Palm and bloom.
South and southeast.
Lolo.
west.
We'll say Lolo's facing southwest
And Tinkle facing.
and Ham facing east. Okay.
And Twinkle's on, Barlow, so he can face whatever direction.
So as you guys are hitting the face with this cold air, despite it being midday, Barlow just is taken aback at the scenery. Wow, it's so beautiful from up here. And he sees the rolling dunes and the desert far, far below. Who is facing west?
North.
That was Lolo.
Northwest. Well, Lolo southwest.
I would think
Northwest.
northwest, yeah.
And Axel, as you are scanning across, you see Kaldesh off in the distance, several miles away, and well below you, and you realize that you are apparently on some sort of a mountaintop or a cliff. Who is facing north?
Me.
Okay. You catch Kaldesh out of the corner of your eye, and you see a smaller, just barely, some town or another off in the distance to the north of Kaldesh, and you see the mountain range that you guys have been traveling beside as it gradually decreases in size into smaller mountains, eventually foothills, and you'd swear if your eyesight was a little bit better, you might even be able to see the coast. And as you guys are standing and admiring the view, Ham says, guys?
That's not good.
That's never a
What?
good sign.
Are we turning to face where she's looking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So as you all turn to face east, in the distance, you see a tower of obsidian speckled with bright gems and obvious various magical wards as it floats in the sky. Below it, the land comes to a pointed bottom. You realize that the plateau you're standing on wasn't always the top of this mountain. The peak seems to have been shorn off, inverted, and levitated by magic. And We'll take an Arcana check from Trifecta real quick.
$22.
Okay. You recognize this magic as being a 9th level spell called Proctor's Move Mountain, which is something that typically takes an entire team of mages, wizards, sorcerers, occasionally even a, you know that it involves that when this spell had been cast in the past, that many mages lost their lives just for not being able to handle the sheer amount of arcane energy flowing through them in order to make it happen. And you also know that it's supposed to take, again, a team of mages to be able to maintain it. So at any rate, every so often up the tower, a bridge made of stone and chain will connect from the tower to a smaller room that is made out of the same stuff and the same design. And these smaller rooms also float on small pieces of inverted rock. In the foreground stands what seems to be a statue made of metal, a knight with a battle axe pointed down as he holds it with elbows poised high. It's large enough that Alanir could comfortably walk underneath its legs without having to duck or anything. Between its feet are 2 posts, as if there should be a bridge extending from it, but there's no bridge to be seen.
Did I build a bridge with one of my magics? Or are they only used for attacking?
Well, depends on which one of your magics you're referring. You always can certainly try.
Can't do the grease where we just slide across. What about the snowball swarm? Or does that just go towards one thing?
The snowball thing is a one target.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have anything then. Right. I got phantom speed, but I can't run across air.
Right. Well, it's so you're on this plateau where the top of the mountain has been shorn off and it's now upside down and levitating in the sky. And the statue is here, and it looks like there should be a bridge going up to it.
Weren't they
but there's
just
no bridge.
standing on something that was made of air? That was about 10 feet wide?
Hey, can you use your platform?
Yes. Thank you. It was the blonde Demi. I was still reading through my spells. So we can use the disc. Okay.
Okay.
What the hell? See, that's why I love Axel.
Just Axel just getting tired of it. Just says, "Oh my God, just use your platform."
Okay, Axel, give me a minute. We're doing it now.
Okay. So you lift everyone.
So I'll do the disc, yeah.
Okay. So you lift everyone back up on your disc. So this statue is directly in front of you. Left, right, over, under. I mean, this is like, obviously it's not going to be the size of the Colossus of Rhodes, but it is a massive statue.
Under.
I mean, Alanir could walk underneath of it with her wings spread open and not touch anything.
WASD to move.
Okay, we're gonna go
Okay.
under. I don't want to go over. We're gonna go under.
Okay.
Don't look up. Don't look up. Don't look up.
Um, as you were going between the statue's legs, the statue drops his axe thunderously as it hits the ground. And the statue, you hear a voice from the statue state, "Only 3 may pass." It leans down, and you all feel its gaze piercing through the helmet. It reaches to its side, then holds in front of you a massive eyeball. None of you are those 3.
Okay, so I go back, and we're gonna fly to its left for a little bit and try to get around him without him seeing.
First words. Well, fuck
With-
you too.
Or can I do that or no?
I accidentally left out one small detail here. As soon as he
Okay.
pulls out the eyeball, your disc disappears.
Crap!
Ooh.
That asshole.
Just Axel.
Okay,
You are
then-
unable to poof.
Oh shit.
I am going to grab Lolo because I know Twinkle's holding on to him. I tell Axel and Ham to come on, and Axel to get Bloom and Pom Pom. We're going to have to step back and we're going to have to regroup and figure out what to do. Because I'm not going to let anything happen to Lolo, so I'm getting the hell away to where I can hide somewhere. Because Deltina will kill me if I hurt Lolo.
And Ham wholeheartedly agrees, as the original plan was we're going to pop over, see what's up, and pop right back.
Right. So let's do that. That way, Deltina and Al should be back in the room by now.
Is that possible?
Is what possible?
To pop back over on the transportation circle.
We have no idea.
Everybody jumping on, nobody staying behind. I'm assuming.
I'm probably just going to go with them.
Okay. Yeah, no issues with popping back. You guys are right back into the penthouse. And
Okay, then I'm just
significantly
gonna wait.
warmer.
I'm just going to wait for Tina and Al to come back, and then
Okay.
I'll tell them what happened.
All right. So while you guys were doing that, Jaltina and Alan here get downstairs. I mean, it's
Mayhem.
6 floors of stairs. So, okay, we're back down.
I mean, I could just lean over the railing and fall down 6 flights, flap my wings open.
Or just like Hulk smash.
Fall
the
with
ground.
style,
That's
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, Tina, wanna fall with me?
I picture Alan here just grabbing Geltina, just like, come on, let's go.
Yes, yes. Hey, Tina, wanna fall with me?
You can tell Geltina's like standing there holding her staff, going,
I could even see like dropping 3 or 4 floors before Al goes, "Oh yeah, wings."
Yes, yes. Oh, wings.
In that case, you guys quickly find your way into.
time is of the essence. Geltina didn't like it, but it got the job done, right?
Well, at least you don't have feathers to ruffle, right?
Oh,
She's got lots of fur, but not necessarily feathers.
Not anymore, no more fur.
Remember?
Wasn't she part deer the last time?
She's not anymore.
That was in Gaia's realm.
And Guy is also slightly dead, so
Oh, that does suck.
Just slightly.
just slightly.
She's slightly deflated right now.
So you get downstairs, you get into the lobby. The innkeeper's a little surprised.
Frazzled?
And well, when did you get back?
Mhm.
I did not see you come in.
I came in the window.
You know we have a door, right?
Window is faster. Listen, giant, ancient
Okay.
red dragon, lava lake, danger.
Pender.
You need to go.
Pender.
Oh wait, because Axel's not around, he can't even correct her.
Pender.
It's like, you know,
Pender
Geltina's-
money.
Geltina's like
Um.
verbal diarrhea. Grum fell into the lava lake. We killed Ewan. Then there's a big red dragon. It's destroying everything, and that's why everyone's running and screaming. And you need to go. And then Geltina turns around and runs back upstairs, hopefully with some assistance from Al. But you know,
She does the Andre the Giant thing. Everybody move.
yeah.
I mean, there was no one else in the lobby. All the commotion's outside.
Well, at least she believes me.
So we,
And I tell her that in Infernal.
No, you know it's bad when someone
So-
speaks infernal.
and as you were walking away and heading back upstairs, you do hear her. You do hear her say, "Oh, great, a dragon, Vasily."
And Geltina goes, I know, right? As
I-
she's
I
like,
hate it here.
I hate it here too. Geltina has a random thought as she's flying back up the
She
stairs
just
back
found
to
her new
again.
soulmate.
I think I might be related to them.
And just fly
You
back up
two
the room.
know each other at all?
Geltina runs right back up to Alanir, grabs her around the waist, and goes, flap up, now, fast.
Okay. What would no. She said flap up and down.
No, I said flap up,
At-
fast, now.
Athletics.
Oh boy.
We're all gonna die.
We're going to die.
You're gonna die.
We used to know speak Gungan in this campaign.
Oh yeah, you hate Jar Jar, don't
Do you
you?
Well, I don't really hate him, but this
Remember?
it gives off very Song of the South vibes.
Transformer vibes, right? You remember Transformers Beast Wars?
I try not to.
Oh, I love Beast Wars. Good old rat trap. We're all gonna die.
Sorry, Tina.
No.
That's all right,
So-
Reese's.
In her panicked hurry, Alanir's trying to get up as fast as she can, but the direction is a little off, and each of you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as she constantly, the entire way up, runs into this handrail, that handrail, gets to the top, crunch, hits her head. Just bing, 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 the whole way up. But she gets you there.
We both
imagine-
take 4 points.
Yeah.
A spiral staircase, and she's just got Geltina all the way up.
Then we get to the top, and Geltina's a little grabs Alanir by the hand and just trying to drag her, even though
You
she's
see, like
staggering.
Al just kicks open the door, and everyone looks over to see her, and Geltina's raising up behind her, going, "Really?"
Pretty much.
Okay, mission accomplished. What did you guys learn?
Jack shit.
Actually, this portal takes us outside of Kaldash. There is a town to the north, and we tried to explore one area.
Geltina cuts you off at out of Kaldash and says, "Okay, let's go." Because
All right, yeah, let's go.
out is good.
Could you wait until the full story?
Nope, no time. Let's go.
She's like, nope, we're done. We're gone. Goodbye. Go bye, please.
All right, we're gonna get back in there and teleport the hell out of there.
Um,
I'm sure Barlow's like, did you tell them? Yes, I told them everything. Did they listen? I hope so. You didn't state it. I don't have time. Okay, what am I twisted on?
A lot. Okay.
Al's just gonna close her eyes really, really tightly and imagine that there's nothing that's going on in this room that might be lighting up and possibly doing something that starts with the M word.
Oh, Jeltina has like a vice grip on something of, I mean, after the flapping of the down and the screaming and then the horrifying, right back up, Jeltina has a hold of Alanir.
Grapple check.
Give me just a D20 roll, Chelsea.
6.
6. So being half her size and having been picked up, and like just if you reach out immediately, your hands straight out or like around her waist level, and you've got a hold of her greater healing potions in your hand, just shaking, and the liquid inside is just around. So as soon as Trifecta said this portal gets us out of Caldesh, you just interrupted and said, great, fuck it, let's go.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Are we all heading back?
I
Yeah.
guess so.
I don't really think Al has a choice.
You don't.
I mean, there's always a choice.
Of course I'm going with the party.
So as Trifecta begins to read the incantations again, for anyone who may still be looking out the window, you do see fires burning, and there are balls of flame coming up to the still open window, but before they ever reach the building, they fly apart and are dissipated.
Oh, Al has her eyes firmly closed. She is in plausible denial.
So
Denial.
But Jeltina
And plausible, fuck that shit.
Plausible, fuck that shit.
Chelsea, what?
Does Jeltina sees this? Everyone sees this?
Yeah, anyone who happened to have been, I mean, there's a lot of ruckus going on. It's a very obvious thing. It's a large one. The window would be like, the windows would be like the size of a door frame.
Okay, so yeah, like I'm sure that the chanting takes a second.
Yeah.
Jeltina's
And
looking up.
you're seeing the fireballs just splash up against this protective barrier.
So there's a good chance the, building might remain. Potentially.
And as soon as she finishes the incantation, you are all immediately taken straight back. And you do see that the statue has taken up its guarded position. But everything else looks the same.
That's big.
And
That ad closed on us.
and Ham takes a quick opportunity to get your guys' attention and says, hey, like, you see up over there where the mountains start slowing down, that's Brioche, where the other temple is.
So I think that's one that we need to go to. We need to go.
Yeah, because we've had so much luck so far.
Well, what else are we going to do? We still got to find a way to save Grime. If we can save Grime, does anybody know how?
And then Al sits down and starts sobbing again.
God damn it.
Great.
Al,
You
come
broke
on, we got to
you
get
broke the
Grime. We
barbarian
don't lose
trifecta. Good
Grime.
deal.
We're
No
not
one
gonna
says
lose
his
Grime. We're
name.
going to get Grime.
She just keeps saying it.
He just. Yeah, okay.
Al is inconsolable.
Okay, my little 5-foot self walks over and grabs. How tall is Al again?
A lot
Not
taller than you.
9 feet.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab her around her legs and just squeeze as hard as I can and beat her with my little bitty fist, which probably just feels like a tickle, and say, "Come on, Al, seriously, get your shit together. We got to do this. Come on." What's our
Trifecta, you
plan?
made her cry. It's gonna be nearly impossible to get her back to normal state.
There's
I'll
one
say,
easy
"Al,
way.
you want to hurt people that hurt Grum?
I don't like
Then
hurting people.
do you want to get Grum, or do we go on to the?"
I swear to God, stop talking about his name. You're making it worse.
Okay, well then we're going to the city. Let's go.
What's happening with the guard? Since this is
He's-
Jiltina's first time
He
over
he
here.
is standing there watching you all.
So this is Jiltina's first time seeing all
This
this
is
shit.
Geltina's first time seeing the tower, the obsidian tower with all of the gems and the floating. It's floating up the sky with all the towers, the separate rooms floating off with all the connected,
Tina,
and then all the protective magic barriers are glowing, so there's no detect magic is even.
there's such an easy way to take her mind off of.
So
Al, look, shiny.
this thing is looking at me like it's moving. I know it's a statue, right? But I know it's moving.
You haven't seen it move. It is just. I mean, it 50,
Okay.
60 feet tall and it's standing poised with the axe down to block off between his legs. And his head is down, but you see no face. It's a solid face guard.
So Jiltina asks everybody, like, this is what was here last time? This is
Yes. And it
Yeah.
also moved.
We
That
tried to
moved?
get through and the
That
axe came
moved.
down.
Okay.
It says only 3 can pass, and we weren't those 3, so it threw us away.
Wait, so it's not number, it's specific people?
Yes, so.
Yes.
Okay, so Jiltina steps forward, and politely asks the statue for assistance. I understand that only certain people can pass. Could you tell us who those people are?
I guess they're all
Give me a persuasion roll. Your DC is going to be 15.
13.
He kneels down and pulls out the eye, and he says nothing,
Ooh.
and he stands back up and says, "You may pass."
How big is the eye? Is it shiny?
I may
It
pass.
is about 15 feet around.
Ooh. And it's made like of granite or marble or something.
No,
Looks like
it is an actual flesh eyeball.
Squishy.
Yay.
Squishy.
Okay, so Jiltina's like, but she has an idea now. How far away are these other buildings? Like,
Can Al touch it?
I'm thinking of using thaumaturgy to project and call for Ransack because I have a feeling. Jiltina's like, fuckery. Ransack! So,
Okay. You should be able to hear, but we always gotta check.
I mean, floating
Okay.
castles and shit and
He-
possible stuff.
so-
Definitely Radsack.
He just hears you. And immediately pops up right in front of you. Give me a quick perception check.
$13.
As he poofs up in front of you, a couple of flower petals and leaves and stuff just kind of like fall off. I mean, like just float around. Kitty girl. Kitty?
Yeah, not Kitty anymore. Gotta fix that.
Oh, Axel yells over, "Oh, catch!" and throws those guy's head towards him. A lot has happened.
Oh, I know. And he reaches out and he like starts like stroking the side of your now fully tiefling face and trying to scritch behind your ears and up under the chin. And she's like,
Oh,
I don't know if that feels right.
I know,
I'm gonna have to
miss
get
it
used
too.
to that.
I miss the fur a little bit.
I think you're a druid.
Yep.
I bet the guy is dead.
Well,
Probably.
Jiltita's like, so listen. We just left Kaldesh. Archon, Lava Lake, Grum, Chomp into Lava Lake.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of screaming.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way we were going to be able to stop that, was there?
Well, I mean, maybe with some wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff, but you know, everything that happens as a result of our own actions, and you know, the whole butterfly effect thing. And he tosses Gaia's head up into the air, and the statue uses his great axe and whack, very much baseball style, and Gaia's head just goes off into the desert.
Okay.
Yeah, she's not gonna need that anymore.
She's kind of dead.
Yeah, kinda.
It's your birthday. You flying.
I thought you could resurrect her. Can you resurrect a god?
Well, so Jiltita's like, how do we defeat Archon so that all those people, some people might survive?
Well, there's always the option of appealing to his demands until he dies of natural causes.
Appealing to his demand. He didn't seem very talkative.
Yeah, knowing Archon, he probably, I don't know, he's been underground for thousands of years. He's been so concentrated on resurrecting Io that he hasn't even gone out about flying around to what does every dragon want?
Gold.
A horde. Not necessarily gold, but Archon probably is very much about gold. But for a creature like him, you definitely want to make sure you're working smarter, not harder.
Well, our main concern right this second is Grum, because large teeth went scrunch, and then he went down.
Elle starts bawling again.
God damn it.
So if he just got, well, I imagine that would hurt, but if he just got bit, then surely he can be healed.
Well, then he went into the lava lake. Not exactly a place any of us could follow.
And got stomped on.
Oh, stomped on by? That's gotta hurt.
Can you at least teleport him if you can?
Let me see. And he starts casting a spell to divine Grum's location. And he says, you know, wherever he is or wherever his body is, it's not on this plane of existence.
That's not good.
Because I can't find him. And if I can't find him, then he's not here.
What does that mean?
He could be in
Oh,
3
wow.
places. Maybe more. He could either be in heaven, hell, or in a random god's backyard.
He could be back with me. He could be with Nira. Tina, can you use your portals and go to Nira's world?
Can I?
Well, you used your portal.
I already use
In the
it
morning.
once a day, that's right.
Yeah.
Only once every 24 hours. Or no, once after
Okay.
a long rest, right?
Once for a long rest, yes.
We did a long rest. That's why we.
No, we haven't.
We've had.
No, you haven't.
No, you
no,
haven't.
that's right. We haven't yet. Never mind. Never mind.
It felt like a long rest after we spent all week waiting on people.
Sorry.
No, not you.
It's a joke.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. That one wasn't for me. Sure.
No.
Normally they are.
Yeah.
Well, if we was waiting on you, I'd done kick your door down and give him the phone. Anyhow.
Yeah.
Don't forget to say, oh yeah!
You got some?
Um,
I can't right now.
and as you guys are discussing this, the statue interrupts, bends down to address Radzak and says, "Two may pass." And Radzak goes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 may pass.
What?
All of us.
And the statue nods his head and resumes his guard.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Hey, no problem. Just don't want to see you guys get squished just because this guy knows how to do his job.
You can hear me. Sit down.
I sure was hoping that was the dog. Otherwise, I was going to tell you need to talk to a doctor.
I know,
was my dog.
baby.
Either that or I needed to order a pizza. I don't know.
Well, you probably still need to order a pizza, but yeah, that was the dog.
Pardon,
He wants to go lay in the sun.
So Geltina has questions. I mean, like, there's stuff here. There's stuff going on, but... Dude, what the fuck are you up to? Shit's floating.
Oh, you like my summer home?
Very
Fascinating.
impressive.
Yeah. It was my first 9th level spell. It's kind of fun. I didn't mean to take off that big a chunk, but when I did, I was glad I did. Had a lot of fun building this place.
Well, ain't you just special?
I am.
So she's terrified of Alanir, Al's character. She's terrified of the word magic, but she's not terrified of the word spell.
I don't think she puts the two together.
No, she doesn't put the
and
two
there's
together.
and there's also that
This is probably...
Radzak has a very high charisma.
Yeah.
And has a way of putting people at ease and.
So
Or
Mr.
more
Special
questions?
over here
I imagine,
is
you
like,
know, Barlow and Radzak are... Barlow's like, I've heard a lot about you.
All good, I hope.
It was from Tintin, so.
Crickets
In that
chirping
case, it
there
will
for
have
a
been-
second was
Everyone-
great.
In that case, it will have been good enough.
Oh, you know her well.
Well enough.
Jilty's like, hush.
Please.
Okay, so what are we doing next? We're safe. Are we going back to try to save the people of the town?
How?
Well, I mean, when we left, there was a whole lot of stuff that wasn't touching the building. A lot of spells that were, not hitting the building. We might be able to get people to shelter in the building. And she's asking Radzak
So-
exactly what protection spell did you put
If
there?
Can
you guys
we
don't
bring
mind.
money?
If you guys don't mind, apparently it's going to take you a minute to figure out what you're doing. So, how about we do it somewhere a little more comfortable? You guys hungry?
Yeah.
You want to? Okay.
You know you
Barlow's
can't
like,
feed
yes.
me
What
unless
do you have?
What do you want?
you can't feed me. I'm just gonna tell you now. You probably don't have anything that can feed a vampire.
Again, what do you want?
Ale. A lot of it.
Ale is going to feed a vampire.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just gonna get me drunk enough.
Okay.
That might not be good.
So he walks underneath the legs of the statue, and a bar of light appears under his feet and starts lifting him towards the tower, much like an escalator. And just come on.
As I legitimately, it's like, yeah, I can actually get something to drink. I need to clear my throat.
I imagine fucking, Alanir's probably still bawling.
Al is gonna flap, but yeah, she's still bawling. She not getting on that light thing. She gonna fly
Feather
up next
did.
to him.
And as you guys reach the top of the ride or spot of land or whatever, there's 80 or 100 feet of terrain or so between the edge of the rock and the wall of the tower. And you see a lot of what appears to be newish growth, some flowers, a couple of vines just starting to creep up the tower. And Radzak says, I've just been doing a little gardening. Come on in.
It's the island at the top of the world.
And
On top of the world, eh?
he makes a gesture, and large wooden doors just crack open, and there's a bit of a great hall and spiral stairs going around the edge of the walls.
Shiny.
And every square inch of wall space is taken up with books, scrolls, things of that nature.
Oh, Geltina is sparkly eyed, distraught.
As is Ham.
Axel's just, oh well. More stuff I have to be careful around.
And Geltina's
Yay.
like, don't touch anything. As she reaches out to grab something, don't touch anything.
Don't touch.
Yep. Oh, it's
Yep.
so pretty. I need to touch
I
it.
need to pet it. It's a book. I need to pet it.
If I have to drain you of all of your blood just to drag you away, I will.
You can try.
He's gonna be more successful than you, probably.
I don't know about that.
It would be entertaining.
It would. And we definitely have seen entertaining so far.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what's in them books, but it's still a shiny place.
I can't read for shit.
Neither can I. I learned my
Oh, she's still got the golden
initials.
bowler on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And so we see all of this, and in the center of the area is a small table, just large enough to seat 4 to 6 people, 6 if they scrunch in. Though there are only 2 chairs, and the table just begins to expand itself, and as it grows, it seems like whatever thought you have in your head of this is what I'm hungry for appears on the table. So if you had a hankering for a steak, there's a steak. If you had a hankering for fried chicken from Popeyes, it was there.
Small
was
furry animals
yeah.
filled with blood.
Your ale is there.
Nice
probably-
canteen of blood, probably.
Yeah. Like a giant mug of blood. You're like,
Good
fuck.
call, because you were about to have to make a con check at disadvantage. And this would be look beyond here. Come on. Okay. So this is called Hero's Feast. It takes an hour to consume everything, so if you guys are eating, you'll be there for at least an hour, but take your time before it disappears. A creature that partakes gains several benefits, which lasts for 24 hours. The creature has resistance to poison damage, immunity to being frightened and poisoned, and your guys' hit point maximum increases by 2d10, and you gain so you get 2d10 temporary hit points, essentially.
So we need
For
to roll
the-
for that now to
for
find
the-
out how much that is?
Yeah, for the next 24 hours. And don't forget that you're immune to being frightened and poisoned, and are resistant to poison damage. Not that I intended to use it, but just in case I forget.
D10 is the weird ones, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. 5 and 0?
So 5 minutes, so 15.
So 60 for Jotina. Did he?
There should be a spot where it says temporary hit point.
Kind of sus.
Just.
Even though it has your favoriteest whatever you wanted in the world there to eat.
Yeah, but I didn't know my favoriteest meal.
Oh, wow.
It doesn't know, you know.
If I tell you, you're not gonna
you
like
just didn't
it.
realize you told it.
But I didn't say nothing.
He looks over. Axel looks over to Alanir and just says, "If I tell you, you're not gonna eat. Just eat."
Okay.
And I'm gonna have a cigarette, but it's all.
Yes, Al's gonna do the.
Yeah. Ian's gonna want to be in on the conversation though, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna have this cigarette break and we'll come back.
I imagine after dinner conversation is going to be just detailing what's happened.
And trying to figure out what the fuck to do from here.
Well,
Okay. Oh. Hello.
fun fact, everything went to shit.
I think it was always going to.
Well, not to this degree.
Good point.
And seriously, what was going through his head? And he should have really known that if that was a bad fucking idea. Like, I just piss off the giant that basically can probably punch this shit out. It also will ruin your image. And just ridiculing what Urine did, it's just like, he was a dumbass.
Ewan was a bad man.
Ewan was a dumbass. What do you mean? Why torment the person who could probably break out of your spell? Like, seriously. And to think he had the chance to fucking escape. Motherfucker, just kill the man. Torture's gonna be too complicated. It becomes expensive afterwards.
Well, wouldn't it be expensive before?
Not really. All you need is a bone saw on some blood. Or blood transfusions and time, really.
Again, why revenge is best served cold.
Hell, revenge is his best served.
I don't know. Karma does a really good job of that sometimes.
Huh?
Karma does a really good job of that sometimes.
What's that?
Oh, yeah, that's
buzzing?
working now.
And then, you know, you just hope that you're around long enough to see Karma do it. It is sometimes beautiful to see people's machinations fuck them up.
Yes, it is.
And other times it's just tragic. But that's not Alan you're talking.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Axel's over here just going, man, he was a dumbass. If he wasn't gonna... Just kill the man. Just stab him in the throat.
I mean, that would be the most straightforward way to do it.
I mean, I figure at this point it's a good time for Geltina to formally introduce Radzak to the group, because she's the only one that knows him, and
Yeah, he's only like popped around a couple of times. We've seen him once or twice, but like,
I think it's just the once for you guys. It's
Radzak actually did meet Axel.
and
that's right, because you were captured.
Yeah, I haven't met him.
Okay. We figured.
so Feta hasn't met him.
So we figured, you know,
Feta
Geltina
hasn't
should
met him.
probably introduce Radzak to the group officially, because there wasn't much time and discussion last time they popped up.
Oh yeah, and also I forgot to say something to Radzak. Thank you very much for telling me that I could drink alcohol.
He meant
I
that in
mean,
the serious
you're-
form.
You're a grown man. You should. Nobody should have to tell you you're allowed.
Well, I'm sorry. All I knew is I can only drink blood. I didn't know if I could have alcohol.
I mean, to each their own. Now alcohol's not going to fuel what's inside of you. You're going to want to keep that in check. But
Yeah.
I'm sure I'd probably want to be trashed out of my mind if I was a vampire too. It doesn't sound like a very fun existence.
It isn't.
How's your dad, by the way?
Fucking dead. I've been an orphan since my entire life. I knew about my parents.
No.
Oh, no, what do you mean?
The other one.
Fuck him, and I'll rip his skull out of his throat.
With family ties. Gotta love it.
Damn.
So Jiltina goes through the whole story, like, I met him when I was, searching and alone, and then we got into this fight with the last group, and then he teleported me into a
I
fountain.
got a visual with that.
And then I
one.
met you guys.
Never gonna let that go.
No.
She was a
No,
cat.
I'm not.
I mean, you're still
Well, I was
alive.
just gonna go
Even as a
there.
tiefling, just, unexpected shit, not her favorite. Period.
I still think it's more fitting for you to be a cat.
Well, Jiltina's feeling pretty uncomfortable about her current shape because she's been a cat for so long. She's been longer.
Hey,
Cat longer
am
than-
I freezing your side, or y'all just freezing on me every now and then?
I think we
It's
froze.
it's like it's likely on your end.
So what did you say we
So
got if we?
I have you on the video call on the laptop.
2d10 additional.
Yeah, you have 2d10
Okay.
temporary hit
24
points.
hours.
Go ahead and consider this as a long rest for you guys as well on account of the Heroes Feast. So if you just mark long rest and then make sure that your temporary hit points are in there. Pardon me,
And what's
I'm
temporary
having
hit
to scroll
points
back
again?
over. So in the can someone talk her through in the app? Since I don't have the app open, and it's different on the.
They
laptop.
can do it after. I'm writing this down so they can show
Okay.
me later where I can see it in person.
Okay.
I don't want to hold it the game.
All right. Or don't let me forget, and I'll tell you after the stream. And sorry, I'm having to.
I'm gonna have to keep
Scroll
all of
back
you
here.
guys' containers.
Besides, they can also do.
That's so freaking
Wait.
perfect.
Hold on.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Did y'all hear that?
Here-
No.
No, sorry, ADHD moment.
ADHD go wee.
Ooh, dear.
Yeah, something's going on, and you're breaking up.
I don't know what it is because I'm on Wi-Fi. I had to put it over in the corner because my phone's about dead. And my laptop is dead.
Well, stop killing shit.
Plug it in for you.
I'll try. Oh, I know what it is. My phone's getting hot.
Has it been working out?
No, it's plugged in and it's charging, so it gets warm when it charges, and I'm going to be kind of staticky for a bit.
No,
Phone
not
hadn't had worked out in a
neurodivergent at
while.
all.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so what were we doing before I got distracted by Shiny?
We are having conversation around the dinner table.
Yeah, she picks up a big old turkey leg. Starts gnawing on it.
And I'm trying to scroll back here for.
He is right now trying to make sure she does not ball her eyes out. Axel.
Oh.
Oh.
Because she's nearly unconsolable when she does.
He's so smart. Did you hear what he did in the temple?
What?
He said the M word, and he pointed at the bad dude,
Oh.
and
And the
so
funny
he
thing
got
is that-
pinballed all around because I smacked him with my slugger. It was brilliant.
That works.
He got that one figured out.
He figured Professor, or the Alan here can be rage. It can be used to his advantage.
That was literal lag in real life.
Yes, my mouth fat. Fuck.
Exactly.
I hate English. I hate it.
English stuff.
Words kind of suck sometimes.
So as the pleasantries begin dwindling down, Ham says, "Look, guys, I know that we've done a lot, and we've also done a lot of nothing. So I don't know what. I'm guessing you all had a different experience with Nira than I did.
Well, that depends on what your experience with Nira was.
So I don't know. When I got in that temple, it was like all kinds of like I was out in space and stuff. It was pretty cool. And but like before I got into the room, I noticed that all those little drawings. Did you guys have drawings in the hallway?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there
Yeah.
were big drawings in the hallway.
They kept
Yeah.
changing.
Yeah,
saw
mine
My
too.
hallways were
Like
alive.
like mine were actually moving, and so I thought it was kind of cool. And but did you guys see that they were us?
I saw a Grum. I saw something that looked like Alamir. I saw something
God
that
damn it!
could have been me, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah. So I mean, I saw. I don't know what they were doing for you guys, but on my wall, we were all going through portals like the ones that you make, and and then coming back through portals with these large crystals, and each crystal was a different color. So there was like a green one and a black one and a blue one and a yellow one
We were
and
getting
a red
into
one.
fights and stuff.
Who was in fights?
Who are you talking about?
And on the wall.
Oh, on the wall.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't do shit. I didn't go to Nero. I would have died. I nearly died.
Yeah, speaking of which, you're going to be the litmus test every time we walk in a door or go through a portal from now on, because that's going to tell us if anyone's going to try to immediately kill us.
Oh, he's going to be the paladin trap finder? Okay.
His new
He's
name
the
is now
cannon
Bait.
fodder.
Shark bait. Hoo-ha.
I will throw one of you through the portal.
No, we love our Axel. He's good. He's good. Not well. He's not people, but he's good. He's good people.
You can be good people without being people, Al.
Can you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're good people without being people.
I think she's just saying you're just good.
I know.
But no, so like when we all got back with the crystals on the wall, we all had to like we went separate ways. Um, like we stood on circles that kind of looked like the one we just got over here with, and like we all had to go to different temples, pyramids. Like I think
All of us?
I think the temples themselves are where we needed to be. Um, but then so at least as far as the drawings went, um, our hold on, get an insight check for him. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to see if she realized that the mention of his name was setting off Alan here. She says, Grum had a red crystal.
Axel throw.
Sorry. Our friend had a red crystal. And
I swear to God, if you mention his
Alan
name
here,
again.
you had a white one. You had a big white shiny. And Trifecta, you had a blue one. And Axel, you had one too. It was black. I had one that was yellow. But there were just 5 crystals, and Geltina didn't have one. I don't know where she went in all of that, but by the time I got to the end of the hallway, there were like different colored lines. Each crystal had its own line, and they kind of like came together, and then it, I don't know if it's like a to scale thing, or if it was just symbols or what, but where they came together, um, the last image was Geltina holding on to, I guess, Io, and the beam just kind of went through the both of them.
Excuse me?
What?
Yeah, but so
What?
Well,
Look.
great.
yeah.
Well, I didn't see anybody die on my wall, but I didn't see much more than moving pictures that just kept changing.
Well, good thing I didn't see a wall in general.
But Nira did say something strange.
I
She
saw a
told
lot.
me I should
Oh.
save myself instead of worrying about saving the world, which I thought made no sense because Ken can't go home and take Barlow home if there's not a fucking world.
To go home to?
But so so when I got to talk to Nira, she showed up a little yellow crystal pendant that had like a little tiny version of myself inside of it, and that was kind of, I think that was from me giving her my lifeblood. I'm not sure,
Ah.
What
but
do you mean, lifeblood?
You mean kind of
Where'd
like
that-
this one?
yeah, except it had me in it. But she called it a precious gift, and so that's why she gave me. I guess that's why she gave me her quill.
I stuffed mine back in.
And I was trying to. You guys know me. Trying to get some answers out of her.
We got some questions for you.
For me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
But keep going.
Oh, but so Nira said that, the crystals and the temples are supposed to be a weapon in case Io is resurrected. But she also kind of like nailed in that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So I think I think getting the crystals and activating the weapon is like a last resort. Um,
Well, how do we keep it from happening in the first place?
Well, simply put it, deactivate it.
well, my guess would be that we would have to stop the cabal from doing what they're doing. Although it seems we may be too. I don't remember. I remember something about Archon and the heart, and if that was Io's heartbeat, then we may be too late for that. But
Yeah. Quick question. Anyone else a little worried that we may have just been part of sacrificing a god to the resurrection of this cabal's bullshit?
Yep.
Because,
you
when
can give
Gaia
yourself
died...
you can give yourself another point of heroic inspiration for that.
Oh. Because, when she died and those hands came up and...
Hands? What?
You were present.
No, I wasn't. I was on the ground, face
Oh, you
first.
didn't see that?
No, I wasn't. I was paralyzed because I got staked.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jiltina leans over to Radzak and just points to him. This fucking genius, and honestly, I was impressed. First, she interrupts the fight between Nira and Gaia with a fireball. Her little squishy ass interrupts
I
the fight
saw
between
that!
Nira and Gaia with a fireball.
Ham starts bowing her head in shame.
And honestly, I was impressed because it's something I would have done.
That's some Gelatino level
I didn't
shit.
expect that from anyone
Yeah.
else. I was impressed. But then she beheaded Gaia.
You
At
just
which
hear
point
you.
Ham just begins bawling her eyes out. I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry.
She gets hit up.
And Alanir runs over, hugs her, and starts
You
bawling
dumbass!
again.
You just hear in the background, you dumbass! You killed the god of life!
And, Jiltina's like talking to Radzak going, pretty sure that's going to be a problem.
That's gonna be more than a problem.
But after that, people were chanting and doing bullshit, and then Archon comes, and then Grum.
God damn it, Joltina!
I was already crying because Ham was crying, so I was crying along with her. I just wailed louder.
And then, Grum destroyed Ewan spectacularly. And then chanting, and then poof, Archon. And Lava Lake. And Crunchy. And Grum sinking. So,
You get it.
so if it prevention, if an
I
ounce of
swear to God,
prevention
if someone
is worth
says-
a pound of
as his
cure,
name-
I'm kind of wondering how the fuck we're supposed to put Archon back. Because, and maybe get the goddesses, what the fuck ever, from, I don't know how we can undo this shit. And I would like to not die. Pretty fucking please and thank
We
you.
need to go see Nira.
It does sound like a clusterfuck.
Completely.
I'm kind of curious though.
And this is for me. What is it?
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry. Speaking as Radzak. Ham, what else does she tell you? And Ham says, well, recollecting herself, she said that once the gems are put in the temples, they'll work together all by themselves, and all we have to do is aim. But when she said that, like, she held out her hand, and I could see, well, it was a blue sphere. I guess it was our planet, but like Io was floating like out in space, and like a beam of light started coming out of the planet as it was spinning around, and it just kind of like cut across through Io. and then the light disappeared, and that's when she told me that the weapon was designed as a cure, not a vaccine. So, I asked her where to find the temples, and she said that they're all in their respective realms. Um, and I may have forgot to ask some questions because I was busy trying to write things down. She shows you her notebook. She's just like so full of notes.
Yeah.
um, eh, um, so I asked about, like if we go to the temples and we make the offerings, do we get the crystals? And she said that the offering that we made at her temple was to her, not the temple itself. Um, but she said she doesn't know the details of how they work. Um, she did say there's a black temple like that one in her own realm, though.
Not it.
Um,
I don't care. Not it. Unless someone's coming with me, I am not going into another god's realm.
Don't worry,
But-
Axel. I'll be there with you.
but I know I was drilling her with a lot of questions, but it did also kind of dawn on me because she felt like the more questions I asked, the less she was able to answer, and it just kind of dawned on me that Nira is the goddess of fate, but that doesn't mean she's not the goddess of knowledge. And she kind of mentioned Ioun as the goddess of knowledge, which I mean, I don't know about you guys, but this is my first time ever having met a god, much less this many. But I do know in my studies when I've seen anything about Ioun, there's always like this labyrinthine, like Escher-esque library with so many books. Oh my god, I wanted to go so bad. Want to go see. I always
That's a bit
dreamt of just
overrated.
living in that library forever and ever because it's supposed to hold all the knowledge. Um, um,
Oh yeah, Jiltina had mentioned this. Jiltina, she's starry-eyed.
and but she said all the temples like they're different colors, but they all look the same. Um,
If you've seen one, you've seen them all.
Basically, Axel, you've seen one, you see them all.
well, I mean, at least we know what they look like. And I've been to the one in Brioche, obviously. We just didn't know what it was going to do. We didn't. I mean, who's going to be stupid enough to sacrifice to an ancient altar, right?
Mm.
You.
Yeah.
The first words out of his mouth, you.
Well, Ham didn't do it.
But then I asked her where the I asked her if she knew where to find the other temples, and that was when she reached up and she pulled this quill. She holds up the quill. She pulled this quill out of the air, and she wrote in my sketchbook, and she shows you guys the sketchbook, and it is just some weird, strange scratches and scribbles, and she says, "Do these move for you guys?" And they just they're just static. She says, "See, when I look at it, I can read it. It looks like common to me." And I guess gods can be a bit of a smart ass. This is actually her saying. And she starts pointing and says, "Child, I don't even know where this temple is." So she didn't even know where the temple was that we went into in the first place. So then it really kind of hit me like if we're looking for answers and knowledge, it probably would be best to see Ioun, because she's probably got all the answers, I guess.
Well, where would we go for that?
What's happening?
I have no clue.
Trying to find knowledge.
On
that's
my end,
green.
real quick, I'm trying to make sure that I got wherein you guys got through your experiences with Nira in a day or two. Hams took a week, so I'm trying to get fine
Dang.
with other stuff in between. So making sure that everything here was covered since she's going on about her Nero story. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that covers her. Yeah. She says, yeah, after all that, I'm kind of like, sometimes I'm still trying to process it, but I think that might be why it's taken me so long to tell you guys what's happened, because it still blows my brain away.
Fair enough.
Tell Tina.
What?
Look up.
Maybe we should
perception
all
check.
go into more detail on what we experienced seeing there.
Well, yeah, what
We all need
happened
to go
with you
into more
guys? I
detail.
mean,
I nearly died, as I said, so I don't know.
You didn't have an experience like that.
You didn't have an experience with Nira.
what happened when she touched you, though? That was like she
She
touched you and you
didn't.
like froze up.
She did it
She like poked you in the chest or something.
to basically show the fact of it is that, yeah, I have a parasite in my thing.
You have
That's what
a
Parasite. Yes. This is the reason I'm a vampire.
Ham flips open her sketchbook and starts furiously scribbling like, that's what a vampire really is? I thought it was like like a disease or something. And she's just,
Oh, fun fact, you can also add upon it if they get staked in a heart by, I'm probably like a crossbow bolt. Well, if it's not deep enough, you'll just become paralyzed.
yeah, I noticed. Sorry. Shouldn't have laughed.
Smack. This has not been a fun day. I'm going to go to bed.
So does that mean you're contagious?
No! A parasite is a creature. A creature that is stuck
Ew.
inside me.
Yeah, but how do you catch a parasite, dude?
What do you think?
Don't know.
You get bit, so therefore.
I wonder.
Correct. Because, you see, I have an ability that allows me, if I bite someone, I can put some type of thing in them and I can control them. So that probably works like that.
Nature, Ham, having rolled a 20-something on 23 on a nature check, says, I wonder if the reason you got paralyzed wasn't because it was necessarily your heart, but like if that crossbow caught the parasite itself.
That, yes, probably.
And I wonder,
You think we could stab him?
would you
I
treat
swear
it?
to God, if you even try that, I will curse you to oblivion and back.
I'm just trying to help.
It is painful.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Ham says, I wonder if you treat it like a tapeworm. Have you guys ever seen Axel scooting his butt on the floor or anything?
No.
No. Shall I rip
She's
your
just fishing
head?
for ideas.
Can Feta ask Axel a question?
Sure, hit me.
'Cause- okay, so you said
Okay.
if you bite someone, that means you implant the parasite and you can control them.
Maybe?
He hasn't really tried.
Well,
Like,
he
I
did.
haven't
He
did it.
did Ewan,
Ewan,
and something went into Ewan.
you don't know that. It's like, something went into Ewan, but I didn't control it.
Yeah, and that might have
Okay.
played out a bit differently, but
Yeah.
since we don't have to worry about Ewan anymore,
Yeah.
the world may
no,
never know what
no,
could have been.
that was just for me, not for part of the session game. That was just for me.
Right.
So we need to find something for Axel to experiment on, because if he can bite something and control you guys, that would
That's
come in
what
handy.
my experiment was trying to resurrect Gaia by stitching her head back onto her body and then turning her into a vampire. But that went to kind of shit.
A
I'm
vampire
really glad
goddess
you
of
didn't
nature.
do that. That would be bad. That sounds like it would be bad.
A dead god is worse.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, let's put this together. They're trying to resurrect Io. He wouldn't necessarily be alive. He's going to be undead. So you were just trying to do what the bad guys are doing. So maybe that's not a good thing.
Would a god have that whole thirst for blood like a vampire would? And what would saddest what how much would make a god happy?
We'll never know.
Well, I don't know of any gods that.
That might be
Well,
scary.
let me say I haven't met any gods that thirst for blood. Um,
Well, you've met
as
gods
far as,
too.
huh?
Well, you've met gods too.
Well, yeah, they're everywhere.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
As far as what makes them happy, he reaches over and scritches on Geltina's cheek. Says, "I guess it depends on the god."
Tina involuntarily goes,
Melty.
and then growls.
No, she's not gonna catch that at all.
Oh, Al's not going to catch the.
Nope. Not at all on that one. She not even. That one right over her head.
Ham, of course, is going to have to ask Eleanor and Geltina about their own experiences and Trifecta.
Didn't Geltina share hers? I think Geltina's the only one that actually did share
I
hers
think
in
she
detail already.
Well, I said I saw fighting.
9,
Well,
10.
who was fighting?
Oh, well, I gotta think about that one for a minute. It's gonna take me a minute to remember.
I gotta scroll back.
Exactly.
Come on. I was wondering why I was talking to you and not hearing anything.
No, I just figured my phone got too hot, and I unplugged it a couple minutes ago, so it shut down. But I'm good.
Well, Ham was asking how everyone else's experience with Nero went.
Anyone telling theirs yet?
Well, Geltina already told everyone hers. She shared all the details she could remember. in the tent before we got to Kaldesh. So technically, to catch up, we need to hear Alanir's and trifectas.
Well, when I was in there, there was like the wall had big guy, person with wings, blue person, black person, yellow, and and um you, Tina,
Mm-hmm.
because it looks kind of like a kitty with a dragon. So I think it was you, and I think I was the wing. I was the one with wings.
Mhm.
So and and um we were in a big old hallway, and there was shinies that we saw, big shinies, and the shinies went pew, and the pew went to the end of the hallway where it goes through Kitty, and that was you again.
I am not liking this future where I die.
I don't know.
That just makes me think I need to not have anything to do with you people. Maybe I should just go take, Barlow home before I go die.
Well,
Yeah, that probably sounds like a good idea.
It did the light. It didn't hurt. It was warm and yummy. It was not painful.
Okay, I'm used to dying. Okay, it was more like a cold feeling washing over me, but that's just me. So,
Yeah, I didn't ask for preparation classes for dying, y'all. Like, I'd prefer to just, skip that part. Let's
I'm just.
let's come up with a plan where Jiltina doesn't die. How about that?
I mean, I could try holding it down, but.
I mean, Jiltina's like getting upset. She's not happy, and she's seriously now she's looking at Barlow, and she
I
has.
didn't see Tina die. I didn't see Tina die.
No, I said the light was warm.
The
And
light was
yummy.
warm. Gee, the fire's warm. Fire
Yeah.
kills me. So
Well, I would never want my friends to be hurt.
well, so far.
Oh, so far that didn't work out.
Look,
I didn't even say his name!
Nira
Al, was
warned
there
me.
There is
anything
more
else
than
that
one
you
friend
talked
that
to
died,
Nira,
remember?
Al?
There you go.
So,
Did
yeah.
Nira say anything else?
What's that?
Were you talking about your experience with Nira?
Yes, that was my experience.
What did Nira say anything to you or talk to you?
Oh, she was really nice.
What did she say?
She just said that to take good care of my friends. And I didn't.
Well, I remember
Well,
this
she
part.
gave me a
Take
special
care of my
gift.
friends.
She gave me a gift and she gave him a gift.
Alright,
Did she
I'm
give
sorry.
you a gift?
Yeah, I already showed the gift she gifted me.
I can't tell with
What
this
was-
anymore.
what was
It
the gift?
disrupts it. Drinking leaves the,
The
room
necklace
just...
that has Grum's soul in it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Well, Geltina's putting together that multiple people have had experiences with Nira that show her dying, and then Nira warned her, and didn't make sense then. It's starting to. Not
I
happy.
didn't say she died. I said she was covered in a warm light.
That probably means she died!
So,
No, if she
And also
died, she'd be cold.
Geltina's looking at Barlow going,
There are multiple ways of dying! You guys are not realizing that the way I died is different. Sorry.
Is there... So, Geltina's looking at Barlow, realizing that something's gonna happen, and it seems like she's gonna die, because so far multiple people have seen it, and she doesn't know if there's a way around it, but if she had to choose, she'd like to take Barlow home and put a period at the end of that particular chapter in her life before she goes off to die or fight shit.
And Ham says, that probably sounds like the smart thing to do. No offense, Barlow. But, you know, women and children first. Or, well, I guess with this group, it'll just be children first.
You're not helping out anything right
Well,
now.
we go first in line
And she
to beat stuff up.
says, and Ham says, well, I guess that means we got to plan some things out. And so she starts, she motions her hand to clear some food off the table. And as she waves her hand, the table just stretches itself out. So the food just kind of goes with it. And it just like creates more space on the table. And
Oh, food.
and
I grabbed more food that all of a sudden came right in front of me.
Axel just grabs a drink and just goes, yeah, I'm so done with this right now. And just grabs it and just walks out.
And Ham says, thank you. And the table says, you're welcome. And Ham pulls out the map and slams it down on the table and says, you gotta figure some shit out. Wow.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was the only marker really available for this. She says, okay, well, we're here. And so when we, as best I could figure out, when we came back from Gaia's, we were like somewhere down in here. And then because we saw my people, they called this dragon over here, we call him Cryovane. He's an ice dragon. But he's not like so from what I've read, dragons like Archon are smart and conniving and highly intelligent, but white dragons like Cryovane, they're just beasts. It's just raw power. They're after nothing but food. Some of you guys might be able to relate. Said the sandwich. But we were somewhere around here and we had to take a couple of days. And I know like down here is where these were the fucking marker. These were the hourglass sands. So this is where all the time warp stuff goes on, which is why I said, we need to come up this way. And so if Kaldesh was here, then we're at the looking down where we are, we got to be like somewhere over here, up here in the mountains. Well, Kaldesh was almost due west, so we're probably somewhere over in here, and I can see Brioche up here. So where's home? I don't,
I look down, I look back up, I'm like, that's a pretty picture.
I don't know. So like my people sent me out. I started. My first thought was to go over to Temeria because they sent me out to explore for these temples. And honestly, I really didn't feel like walking all that far. But I mean, they're supposed to have like flying ships and cool stuff like that.
Flying ships.
Mhm.
That sounds useful.
Yeah, but
Because my home is way over here on this little unnamed island.
down here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You must have been the butt of a lot of jokes.
So we gotta get. But
All right. Well,
so we know we have to get down here somewhere.
I was actually right around here where I was born.
You were born over here?
I mean, it would make sense. He is a pirate, and frankly, I really needed to figure out a place to give him a place to literally,
And being that close to the stream manor, he probably explains a lot as to why you're a vampire.
Oh, I did.
That is.
Yeah, that would explain a lot.
That'll work.
Pink pen. There's
I was
62.
trying not to use the pink one.
Yeah, wait, that's the string. Oh, God.
That's
History
for
Manor.
Streams Manor.
Because Geltina was born here, and she explored this entire thing, and then
This
she got
stream
over
don't
here,
have no manners.
and it was over here when the
Different
stream
kind of
picked her up, and Radzak first yanked her up and dropped her way over there, wherever.
Yeah,
were.
we were.
Yeah, and if I was.
Well, I guess Ham wasn't with you guys at that time.
No.
Yeah.
Um,
If I was born here and that's what Streams Manor, then yeah.
Feta, you're not supposed to choke.
so that's home for you. I'll just mark you with an AX. So we know you're from here somewhere. This is Sheltina's home.
Good catch.
We know I'm from Brioche. And so when I left Brioche, I thought about going to Temeria, but look at me, I'm not going over any mountains. So I had to go around, and by the time I got up here, so Tanj is a fort because there's a war going on.
War? First I'm hearing
Yeah.
about it.
It's between Temeria and Dragonia. So there's a lot of the wars happening around here, around the Shallow Strait, and on these hills.
Oh.
So I kind of was trying to avoid all that, and somehow I ended up over here in Burl. It's a cute little fishing village. I was able to use some of my funds to get a boat, and we kind of sailed around for a while just exploring, because I mean, I know where this temple is, but I thought the other temples had, I mean, are there other I mean, I knew there were other continents, but you know, I figured the temples are probably on other continents, and we found you guys like right here, and that's where the other temple was. I actually jumped out of the boat, kind of like swam over
Over
there.
a sandwich. Oh no, that was him.
So we know that there's this. So we know.
Yeah.
So Nira's temple is here, and we know that. And I'm assuming this is. I assume this is Ion's temple. Which we don't know where any other ones are. What about you, Trifecta? Where are you from?
Actually,
I am from, when I told you before, I'm from the ocean. I lived under the water.
Under the sea.
Do you know where?
No.
I think there might be a fun idea of hearing rumors about Axel can Axel do any history check?
For
People who live underwater.
Yeah.
sure.
Because he's heard rumors, but yeah, I think it's dice. But he really doesn't. He only heard rumors.
No influencing
And I
the
know
dice
that's
after you rolled
bad,
them.
but
I'm just trying to
I
slow it
haven't been
down.
able to get
I know.
with my person to speak to because of my throat. So no, I don't remember where I'm from. I've been through a lot of tragedy.
Oh god, I got a natural 20. He just goes. Actually, I think
No.
it's like.
Yeah,
Wait,
it won't be that.
chaos ensues, remember?
Oh well, there's that too.
Yeah.
So, Axel begins to tell you guys about what he knows about water elves, having lived on the high seas. He's heard rumors and stories, and
I might not have a general location, but
Wait,
There's no
let him.
location.
Sorry.
Water elves were rumored to be the only pure natives to this planet. So they were the original species. They were the only ones that lived on this planet before Io died. And the rumor being that all other living creatures were born from Io. And the reason that so much of it is rumor and speculation and story and hearsay is because water elves, living underwater, are naturally difficult to find and intentionally keep themselves isolated from the rest of the world. The entire time he's going on, though, Alanir's stuffing her face and thinking that Axel looks very much like a breakfast sausage with serious emotional problems. I love these cards. This card, there we go.
Yeah, no, that basically sums
it
it up.
comes up backwards. Anyway.
So it's just speculation. So yeah, I have no clue, but
I do, and I've told Trifecta, and she's apparently forgot.
No, Trifecta is actually researching.
look, it could be the entire sea for all I know.
We do control the entire scene.
That does not help.
But it's true.
I know it's true. It's just, wow,
Not helpful.
not helpful at all.
Oh.
And as Ham is staring at the map and trying to figure out where and how to mark anything else, she just has this epiphany about if Archon was supposed to have been restarting the heart, then it makes absolute sense why Kaldesh is built where Kaldesh is. And,
Dun dun dun.
and then it kind of makes sense to her. And she points that out to you guys and says, well, there's another guy who's trying to work on the brain, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder, she's staring at Io's head on the map. I wonder where that guy is and how to get to him and what he's doing. And I guess if
Maybe we can stop him.
You know, they say the eyes are the windows to the soul.
You think he might be an iris?
Maybe.
All I know about Iris is that Tumeria is trying to get them to ally with him for the war. But Iris has so far refused. I guess if his dream is a piece of shit, that explains why he's down here by the butthole.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Oh, what's his name? The unfriendly guy. He should have been at the butthole too.
What was that, Jotine?
I can't remember what the guy's name was. The brainy guy. And that's very far back.
Yeah, it is. Let me see if I meant to make a note of it too, and let me see if it's in my notes. It'd be easier to find. I may have forgotten to make the note. Let's see. I might have accidentally erased it. Let's see. Oh, good Lord, yeah, that would have been all the way back at the lab. For which I do not have the note. I knew I should have wrote it down.
You talking about the goblin?
The stream, Archon, and I swear it starts with a C.
Kadesh?
That starts with a K.
Let's see if we can find the design.
Was it- What's his name? Very hard to say, or was that the other guy who got killed?
That was the other guy. That was the bad dude.
They're all bad dudes.
Search.
You might be right.
Also, how's your wing?
Always fine.
Answer the question. I love you. Alanir, I love you. You had a couple feathers plucked out. If there's any pain, tell one of us. Because, seriously, that's a concern.
Oh, you know, it is probably in the. I think it's in the group chat. Let's see.
I dropped the die. Hold on. Ah, there it is.
Search.
On the go.
Please do not hurt yourself getting it. Thank you.
Haha, too late. Oh, I got it.
He said, haha, too late when I said, please do not hurt yourself getting it. Luckily, he meant that he got it, not that he hurt himself.
Oh no!
getting
Oh, I
it.
meant hurting myself getting it.
I'm gonna thump you. Actually, I don't have to. You thump yourself.
I can't crack my back.
Mwah.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Do-do-do.
I keep knocking stuff on the floor.
That's because you're an awkward teenager stuck in a 30-year-old stuck in an awkward teenager's body.
Correct.
You'll forever be awkward.
I'm close. I'm getting there. So you guys are supposed to be the ones making these notes.
I can't spell.
I know, and to the original notebook, I took my original notes in. I haven't located yet. Because the lab was whenever I first met you guys. After y'all had already been one time. I was there the second time.
Dick nipples.
That would be one hell of a curse. Be forever awkward.
That's right, because Radzak knew the cure for Grum's insomnia.
You mean amnesia?
Yes.
I was like, insomnia. Grum just passes right the fuck out like a baby.
I was like, he can't sleep. When did that happen?
Good Lord. Again, the most thrilling part of the stream.
Is this stream?
Let's see. Almost there. I know it's a good lord. Okay. Garak. Garrak.
That just sounds like what the thing the noise that you make in your throat when you're clearing it. Or what are those reptile birds?
Which, since that information came from Radzak, he would just,
Pop it up.
as soon as everybody started stumbling over, he would just say Garak.
That's the name.
So, yeah, as all that is getting pointed out, Radzak does. He says, well, Garak, I think, is somewhere beneath Iris. I haven't met him, but I've heard he's a real pain in the ass.
So he should be down there with Mr. No Manners, his stream.
Well, they all seem to be operating in the Underdark, which makes sense if they're trying to resurrect him from the inside out. Not, and also, so the stream has an entrance to the Underdark, not far from his manor. But if his network runs all the way up here near Iris, then he's very likely attempting to turn Io back into flesh from the inside out. So he's probably all tangled up in the organs and digestive systems and stuff like that.
Ew. They're only good for eating, not for turning back into flesh.
I don't know. Turning back into flesh seemed to work for your friend Trifecta there. Unless she wanted to.
Yeah, it didn't hurt.
Unless she wanted to stay a statue.
No, I didn't want to stay a statue.
Is there anything else that Radzak can tell us about fucking Garak? Since we now know Archon is a giant freaking dragon.
That's not even a giant walking dick. That's a giant flying dick.
Fire breathing dick.
Well, that's not good. We have to do with a giant flying fox.
So we know Bestream's a
Literally.
vampire, Archon's a fucking ancient red dragon. What's Garak? We need intel, please.
Well, honestly, I didn't even know Archon was a dragon.
Did
I assumed, because I'd met the stream, I assumed that Garak and Archon were also vampires, but I guess that's what happens when you assume. So,
He also could have wild shaped, but that would also mean that he's either has the power to or something else.
That still means he'd be big, doesn't
Well,
it?
I guess it does make sense that an ancient red dragon would be the heart of the dragon god Io, or attempting to restart the heart of the dragon god.
Oh, he angry.
What I
He
don't understand.
angry about his god.
What I don't understand is why are they trying to resurrect them? It is legitimately a bad idea for both sides.
Well, let me ask you this. Were you not just attempting to resurrect one of your own gods? Or considering it?
Well, yeah, but we're not standing on it.
Well,
We're not standing on her.
I mean, for these guys, Io is their god, and they're trying to resurrect it so that he can go back to being a god and do what he was supposed to do in the first place, I guess.
What if what he was supposed to do in the first place was become a landmass?
It's a good question. Maybe he is
We
supposed
really
to
got
stay a
to just stop
landmass.
Io, so
And I mean, if you guys can stop the stream and Garak,
He will be.
actually probably either one of them, then I don't know if that would be the end of it or if that would just be delaying the inevitable. Because I mean, there's going to be more than just 3 people that feel this way.
Yeah, but how many people gotta die?
A lot.
all my men are still in that tunnel part of Io. You guys, is what I interpreted from Nero. Because that's what I saw walking down the hallway with my men screaming and crying, saying blood is life, life is blood.
Well, then that
And
means
Nero had to go back and save them by killing them because they weren't dead. They were being they're tortured, but they're
so. I
like
suppose
half
the answer
alive,
to your
half
question
dead.
then is that fewer people need to die than you think are dying, because apparently they need them alive.
Shit.
So
I'm not too
we've
familiar
got
with
to
necromancy
do some.
myself, but it always seems that there has to be some sort of a living blood sacrifice of whatever in order to.
Also, can you explain to me one other thing? What the hell is the stream mean by my son?
I imagine that that's probably less geared toward you and more
He
geared
told
toward.
me that the promised son has returned to me.
Well, it was probably less directed at you and more directed at that creature in your chest.
Oh, great. So what happens if I die with the creature in me? Would that...
Wouldn't you want to not?
I really don't care.
Well, if you're a vampire and you get knocked out, which in game terms your hit points at 0.
Which...
Then because what happened to his stream at least was his body instantly turned to mist and he had to go to
a coffin.
his burial site and he had to rest in order to recover.
You have to go to a coffin. I have dealt with that before, which...
Sorry.
Where is your coffin?
I have no clue. Somewhere under the ocean, probably. It was on the ship last time I checked.
Is your ship at the bottom of the ocean?
Hmm. Last time my captain said everyone was dead, but I don't know what happened to the ship.
Mm.
All I know is I want to scout up every part of Vestrin's family.
Well, if you don't know where your coffin is, I suggest you don't get knocked out.
That was kind of the plan, but it really isn't that bad.
Oh, that would suck waking up in water if you couldn't breathe.
It becomes incredibly painful because I did one of the things we were trying to figure out was me and my crews was one of the weaknesses. So we were like, oh yeah, Axel, can you help us out with something? As I was literally trying to wash, and when I splashed myself with the water, it basically knocked my senses back into orbit. Like, that's the reason why I have to be careful about washing myself, because any running water will hurt.
Washing? Who does that?
Taking a bath. That's
This whole time while Radzak's lost in thought.
No, he's just listening and being entertained.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
He doesn't get very many visitors. He doesn't allow very many visitors.
but yes. So
And like he's sitting there lost in thought, and Jiltine is just
So-
headbutting the hand.
quick.
No, he'll just be sitting there like just minus, he's screeching.
She's just like,
So if I'm correct, if you take out the parasite, if you can, would that mean I would stop being a vampire, or would the magic still be in me?
Well, from what I gather, it's not necessarily magic, it's just an ability, just a set of abilities that comes with being a vampire.
So
I mean, if Stream wasn't able to summon bats and wolves and do all the other shit he does until he became a vampire.
alright. So there are probably multiple ways, but I want to try surgically removing the parasite.
Who's going to do that?
What's this surge?
Gutting me open and ripping out that parasite. Probably like a medical doctor.
Wouldn't that hurt?
Probably.
Like real bad hurt
Probably.
to the point of not being able to get back up hurt?
Probably. As long as this thing is dead, I can live my rest of my life in peace.
All 30 seconds of it?
All 30 seconds of it. I swear to God, I will break a mug over your head one of these days, Al.
She just doesn't want to imagine any of her friends dying.
Razak says, he says, that's a very interesting question, sir. And he points a little up behind him, and as you look up, you see a large clear container, and inside is a humanoid, and the container itself filled with water. And he said, that is the extent of my experimentation with vampires. As you take a closer look, the vampire inside, underneath the water, wakes up, tries to scream, and taking a breath, and chokes and seizes up, and then passes out, and then wakes back up, tries to take a breath, seizes up, and passes out.
That's
Living in an eternal cycle
gotta
of
be
death
against
by
some
drowning,
convention.
coming back to life, dying by drowning, coming back to life, dying by drowning. He says, but
That's gotta be a war crime.
do what you do, and I'll see what I can do.
If you can, and try to.
And you see a very evilish, conniving smile on his face as he stares at the other vampire.
Make his torture long and arduous. As
Oh.
he just
He's been there for 300 years already.
good.
Cheltina's like, who is that? I
Well,
mean,
I don't need.
vampires, so
I never even asked his name.
fair enough.
Nope. Nope. Not. That just broke Al's brain.
Cheltina's
not
quite
us,
happy
but-
to see that. She wasn't terribly happy to fight the stupid vampires, so seeing one just get endlessly tortured is kind of satisfying.
That's the thing.
She's just sort of like, and he's dead.
And he's back
And
to
he's
life.
alive.
And he's dead.
And he's dead.
And
He's back alive.
And it's just both Axel and Joltina are just going, he's alive. He's dead again. He's alive.
That must suck.
And of course, the entire time, Ham is just furiously scribbling and drawing and sketching and scribbling and writing and making notes. Even to the point that she's had to put her notebook into her backpack and pull out a fresh new notebook and continue making her notes. Muttering the entire time, like, I gotta get more organized.
She's just
So
going.
this is what happens when I go into water.
I don't like this.
Not fun.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
Hey, Al, you should go to bed.
What do you
I
like?
don't like this.
And Radzak asks, what do you like?
She likes shinies.
Shiny.
See?
I like soft and cuddly. I like nice people. I like pretty things.
People who aren't
Don't
fucking
think of him,
dragons.
People who don't murder other people.
And Radzak goes and motions to something behind you. And as you turn your head, a black cat with a white tuft of fur on his chest and a collar with about a, I don't know what's that, like a 30-carat diamond dangling off of it, jumps into your lap.
Who are you? Can I touch you?
It's Cosmo.
I had a question.
Yes.
There,
Twinkle doesn't level up?
that's a diamond.
He does. We're gonna have to
Figure that out.
yeah. I mean, he's already been OP for his level anyway, but yeah, and we gotta fix the stat block anyway, so I'm just gonna take the one that's existent and
Mess with it.
refresh.
Okay.
Axel looks over to Radzak, realizing what's on the cat's collar and just going, how rich are you? 'Cause that's a 70K diamond.
Diamonds are more common than you think they are.
No. No, they're not.
I put my hand out to let
She has 8 of
Cosmo.
them in her bag.
What?
8 of the 13 gems that she was able to salvage are all diamonds. Most of them significantly larger than what is on this cat's collar.
What the fuck did I miss?
You should go back and read it.
No.
Well, I hadn't mentioned that bit
Okay.
because Eleanor hasn't really
Well, yeah, you
decided to look any further than that they were assorted gems. But
And they were shiny, and I put them in the shinies.
Axel, I can't anymore. As he just and just chucks that thing and straight up just.
Wow.
And Radzak says, by the way, Eleanor, I know you're a celestial being or whatever, and
It's a 1-year-old.
Cute. But I gotta admit, that hat you have on looks a whole lot better than any halo. Halos are so weird.
In a party
It always very shiny,
is very shiny.
and you wear it quite well. It's stunning.
Thank
Marvelous.
you.
I think maybe your water elf friend over here might be better off with that cloak on your wings since it doesn't seem to fit you very well.
Oh, well,
Will it help me?
will it help her? I kind of start rocking back and forth. I kind of almost lost it, so I don't want to lose it again.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you won't lose it as long as you don't lose your friend.
True.
I mean, your friends are your shiniest of shinies, right?
Of course.
And that little cloak will make it harder for anybody to mess with it.
Oh, okay, Feta.
Please, Al, please.
As long as you take good care of it, okay?
I promise.
Okay. So I give her the cloak.
Okay. Trifecta, if you'll go into your inventory, you can add the cloak of displacement,
Okie dokie.
and you can equip that and go ahead and read on it.
All right.
Look, when I said pussy pics, that's not what I meant.
But these are so
They
much
are
better.
cute. They're cute.
Dina.
Oh, she's
It's cute.
They're always better. Anyway.
What was it again?
cloak of displacement.
It's not in my. I'm actually in the right place, but I haven't found it yet.
Let's see. Are you in manage inventory?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then are you
Add
where?
items.
Right. So if you put cloak of displacement in the search bar, it should come up.
Well, that just makes freaking common sense.
That's not so common.
I didn't see the search bar.
Yay.
Um, and Ham says, "You are kind of squishy. Um, maybe you should have this too." And because I mean, it's always good to have extra armor, but I think I'm good. And she um, she removes from her person elven chainmail and hands it to you.
Okay, I
So,
saw that.
so you can add elven chainmail to you. If you have problems equipping it, let me know.
Probably
'Cause
also.
I haven't. I'd have to check on your proficiencies and all that.
Yes, please check.
Meanwhile, Axel is completely drunk.
Okay, which one of the chainmail again?
Elven chainmail.
Elven.
It should give you a pretty good boost to your AC. It will put you at disadvantage for stealth checks, but if anybody casts Pass Without Trace, then the advantage and disadvantage at least level each other out. So it would still be a straight roll plus 10.
Okay. All right, I got them both in there now again. So I good.
Yay.
So we have all this information. We spotted out a few points on the map.
So where do we go from here?
That is the question.
So we decided, are we going to go after the gyms? Or are we going to go back to IO?
Wonder if that's one of them God's names where like if you say it enough they eventually turn real again.
Well,
I hope not.
Please not.
Jaltina was kind of hoping that we could all come up with a plan on, who to go after, but so far we haven't really come up with a plan. But she would like to take Barlow home first before playing any part in a plan because, let's face
We
facts.
always end up in a battle, and Geltina's right. Barlow will be safer if he's back home.
Well, maybe. Depends on if we succeed in saving the world. But for now, at least her attention won't be so divided, and maybe, instead of waiting until everything is done to finish her lifelong quest, maybe she should finish it now while she's still alive to enjoy it.
I mean, if we
Okay,
don't save the
so
world,
guys, are we all
there's
going with Geltina to take Barlow home,
Well,
or
we haven't
so we
decided.
can stay
We
together?
haven't finished anything yet. We need a plan on what we're doing after that. In a way, like the entire party may not want to come with Geltina. Geltina's little fucking island is far away.
Ooh, it's an island. I can swim. Or what if one goes with Geltina and the other three can go ahead and start looking, but we have to find a way to where we can meet up. I mean, if we split up, we have to find a way we can meet and get back together.
Well, Ham was saying that she needs to go talk to Ayun.
so would we then go that way?
Yeah, who's going with Geltina, or is Geltina just going to take Barlow?
Geltina has no idea how she's even going to pull this off. This is still just a
Well, wouldn't
desire, but not a
your
plan.
friend here have something that he could do so that we wouldn't have to like
Split up. Can Rashak get Barlow home since you've got him?
I mean
Will they
he
take
did
you and
kind of
Barlow
like
home?
Geltina would have to go with Barlow.
bring us all
Yeah.
over the place, so couldn't he just
That's what
like
I said, Geltina and Barlow home, and then bring Geltina back.
Ham says, I would really love, I would like to go home myself, and it's right there. I mean, we could be there in a couple of days, and there's a temple there, and I think because that temple's yellow, that's probably Ion's temple. Um, or if we wanted to go, it would take us about a week or so. But if we get to Temeria, because we're already at the top, all we'd have to do is go down the other side of this mountain and make our way to Temeria. Maybe we can get a faster way to travel that way instead of sailing by boat. Or I know that they had a bunch of regular boats in Burl. Maybe we could, like I did to find you guys, and just rent one out.
I could probably contact one of my old crime friends.
So I guess that means we're all going the same direction.
Guess so.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, I guess we don't have to, but
I would suggest we do.
I mean, considering how fucked up things get when we're not together, um, maybe we should stay together. But I mean, I'm in, I'm in this for the long haul. I am learning so much. I will just follow along with you guys. I'm just throwing out ideas.
Ham, honey, we gotta talk about the. What the hell happened?
I go to the bathroom.
To who? What?
Like, we all of a sudden, all of us were in the arena, and they lift up stuff, and you're
Well, I had it in my head that I needed to talk to Nira, um, just to see if I could get any more answers out of her, because she's the only. I mean, when the innkeeper said Nira was that way, I just got excited and I wanted to talk to her again. And um, when I showed up, I got caught, and next thing I know, I'm waking up in the middle of the arena in a fight for my life. I didn't know it was against you guys. Um, I didn't even see any of you until, well, I barely even saw you during the battle.
that was
I was so scared I was gonna have to fight you guys though, and I really didn't want to. Um,
okay.
my idea was, I mean, if our only way out was to fight to the death, then if Nira was supposed to be the leader of my group, and Gaia was supposed to be the leader of her group, and the way Ewan kept carrying on, I just assumed Grum was the leader of the third group. And I thought if I took out the other two group leaders, then maybe they would stop the fighting and I wouldn't have to kill Grum.
Fair.
And Elle starts crying again.
Geltina, pipes up and says, I was a little worried that there was going to be a third round where we would have to fight each other even if we won.
Oh, I was scared you guys were going to have to kill me too, and I didn't want that. I don't know what I would have done.
I can't kill my friends.
Yeah, killing people just enough is really hard.
Radzak says, well, you guys are significantly stronger than the average people, so heroes tend to be. So do villains.
Plan? What's the rough plan? What's everyone talking about?
I guess we're going to where you and Lolo need to go.
Are we? I thought we were going to Maria.
We're going to follow
Because
him.
it's in that direction. Isn't it?
Well, I mean, we have to find a way to get across the water or over land or however. I mean,
I've got my disc, but
Yeah, you're talking about hundreds and
I
hundreds
can't
of
do. Yeah, I
miles.
can't do
Yeah.
that.
I might have some way of getting us across, but either I need to contact a captain or something, because most captains would
Well, where would a captain be?
Geltina turns to Radzak and says, "You wouldn't happen to have a ship or something you could loan us?"
I don't have any ships. I personally don't need them.
Hey, Radzak, can I ask something?
Sure.
Where's the nearest coastal village?
The nearest coastal village
Yeah.
would be
Why
Burl.
can't he just port us?
Burl,
Alright.
which is
That's...
honestly, Burl and Temeria are about the same distance away. So I guess it's a matter of if you want to swim or fly. If you want a boat on the water or a boat in the air. Although Temeria has some ocean going vessels as well.
I think it might be wiser to take the air, but I don't have air legs. That's the reason why I asked for a coastal village, because being a pirate and all of that, I can actually know my way around a ship.
Well, Burl is a tiny village. Temeria is the capital of Temeria. So, you're likely to find more stuff in Temeria, more options, gear.
Geltina votes for options. If a vote
Yes.
is to be had.
Second that vote.
So I guess we're going to the capital, huh?
Do I get to beat some heads in?
Well, it depends. You know, we've got 2 votes for Temeria. How about the rest of the party?
I'm good with anything, so...
Ham is all kinds of excited. I've heard all about I've heard about all the flying ships and the steam machines and the I mean, it's all science and math and I've wanted to go for so long. I've never got to go. I definitely would love to go to Temeria.
I might be able to get some more information about vampires, but I have to mainly rely on word of mouth.
What other word is there?
Written word.
Yeah, and I can't read, so there is only one option.
You know, there are other people in the world that can read, dude. You could, like, ask for help. Maybe we could even teach you to read.
Whoa, you can do that?
Cam says, I'd be happy to try.
Whoa.
You wonder, and now you wonder why I'm doing research with people, because legitimately we get sidetracked way too quickly.
What? What?
Case in point.
Oh, that's... I have a feeling I should be offended at that, but I don't know why.
I'm not drunk enough for this.
I don't think you can get drunk enough for that one, darling.
Oh, yes, I can. And watch me.
Watch me now.
Oh, you doubt my power, huh? Click, 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 click.
He's gonna try to do Drunken Master next.
No, it's just Ozzy just has a ball though because he can.
I do not like this update to the website. It is so...
usually takes about 6 weeks before anything actually starts working
Oh,
properly
no.
again.
They go to
How'd you get
change
in that
it.
no
They
more?
break it.
No more,
Mhm.
no more. Don't you come back no more.
So what are we doing?
We're headed to
Sorry,
Temeria, I guess.
I'm searching for something. There we go.
Might want to get some sleep before we do, though. Or did we just do that?
It's only midday, and this has
Hero's
been
meal
lunch for
gave
you
us a
guys.
long rest. In addition to the extra
Right.
HP.
So let's go ahead and get moving. What about my friend? I look at Radzak.
Which one?
Girl.
Well, I don't know where he is yet. But I mean, if he's not on this plane of existence, then either. I mean, so Archon's home is the fire plane, Pyra. So he may have sent Grum to Pyra, or if Grum is dead, then there's heaven or hell.
No, he
Which-
can't be dead.
I mean, I know Grum had a great time in hell, but he was also possessed. And he probably doesn't want to go back. And I imagine,
Well, even
I
if
mean, he may have done a lot of killing, but he really was like had the
hesitant.
purest little heart. I imagine if he's dead, he's in heaven.
He can't
Um,
be dead.
He might be
He
waiting for
had
you
to
at
be with
home.
Nira.
He what?
I said he might be with Nira.
Yeah, it
Could
could.
be.
Well, it might be tough having both a vampire and Al, which is, if I remember correctly, a fallen angel, an Asimar.
No,
Aren't you an Asimar?
no.
She's a celestial. She is rolled up as Asimar and beyond, but
Okay.
yeah.
Celestial. So she's a celestial. Remind me again, how did you get to this world?
Well, I got given my slugger, and my friends told me to go out and learn how to use it, and that's all I remember.
So, learn. Did they mean the slugger, or did they mean something else?
That's all I have is I have my slugger.
Alright.
They knew I like shiny stuff, and they liked me, but like I didn't have the same thoughts that they seem to have. So
Oh shit.
they just gave me my slugger, and said, go ahead and find people to help. So I took my slugger and found people to help.
Okay.
That's how I got so many friends.
Okay.
Cause I met you and I met and Tinkle and
Yeah,
Tifa and
Yeah. Alright. So, either two things. She was either sent here on a mission, or B, she was abandoned. Which, on the sounds of things, she wasn't abandoned by her kind. She was more sent on a mission. But, knowing it's Alanir, they might have just banished her without her knowing. So, but then she would have some type of appearance change or something. So, probably the fact of it is that she was sent here on a mission, but Alanir being Alanir forgot it.
he talking a lot. But I kind of just hear wah.
Let me rephrase that.
Actually, if he's voluntarily drunk, that probably is exactly what's coming out.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
He's thinking all of this deep shit, and he's
and he's like probably saying this out loud, and then it's just
is
Wait,
he
am I-
speaking common?
Mm.
He's pretty.
pauses. Actually, pauses for a second. I don't think they understand me. I think I'm just way too drunk out of my mind. And then immediately blacks out.
I scoot scissors.
I'm gonna have to remember to explain that.
Radzik says, "Hey, Kitty, before you guys take off, come here." And he pulls you off the side and says, "Look, take your friends, but you should probably be the responsible one for this." And he takes the side of your bag of holding and opens it up and waves his hand over top, and then from his hand, gold coins start spewing into your bag. And although they are spitting out quickly, it takes minutes. And you can add 500,000 gold to your inventory.
Jesus. Okay.
You should be glad that's in a holding bag because holy shit.
I know the weight.
Well, there's a reason he pulled her off to the side, Miss Shiny. And
He's like, yeah. I see
Oh,
where
I
this is gonna
totally
go.
would try to put that on every crevice I have.
Where's his inventory?
He says, "Just remember, easy come, easy go."
Will you let me go? Oh, Bismillah, no.
Okay, so
A javelin of lightning, very, very far. Oh, there's
Mamma
no more,
mia, mamma mia, mamma mia, let me go.
no more javelin of lightning.
where does gold go?
Just it should be somewhere on
There
the
should be
inventory
something
screen.
that says
Manage
GP.
inventory.
I'm in manage inventory.
Got it. What about your actual inventory?
Well, that's what's in my inventory. I'm trying to add something.
Oh, not items. Back up. and then click on total currency.
Oh, that. Okay.
There you go.
So.
And down there. Ta-da. Now, if we could do that to our real life bank account, we'd be all right.
No,
Wouldn't
right?
that just be wonderful?
All right. So if that's our plan, if we're heading for Tamaria, is that what I understand?
Yes, that's where we're going.
Okay.
I've been here. I've just been on mute. I've been talking to myself, apparently.
Yeah.
Sometimes
What-
that's the
That's
best
what I've been doing for
conversationalist.
the last 14 days.
If I want an expert opinion, I'll talk to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you go for it.
So, will we all, get together and make sure we have provisions and
I mean, so we've kind of just we've been glossing over things like food and supplies and stuff like that.
okay.
Like a modern romance.
Well, except for Axel over here, who requires consumption of blood.
Yeah.
That's a little bit different. And obviously, if you've been sitting here with, so I know the hero's feast is supposed to disappear after the hour, but fill up some doggy bags. I'm not going to be that fucking pregnant about it. I mean,
Al can find other places to stuff it in her dress.
Oh my God.
in the name of Grum.
In the name of Grum. Once more in the name of Grum.
Are we ready to take off?
Yep.
Sorry, that was one, yeah. Trifecta, we ready to take off?
Yep.
Okay. Axel? Yeah?
He's gonna say yes.
Oh, I didn't see you had headphones.
Sorry.
Okay.
What did you say?
Sure.
I was just making sure you're ready to head to Tamaria.
I imagine this whole time, every chance he's gotten, Barlow's been talking Radzak's ear off. Just chattering 9-year-old, looking around at all the cool shit going, hey.
What's this? What's this? What's this?
Jiltina's like got a arm on the back of his shirt that's just as he ranges around and tries to grab everything he can and just stop it.
Like
Stop
the
it.
monkey backpack that we had for Dennis. He loved that thing. You still have it, actually.
So as you guys are preparing to go, Radzak says, "Well, you don't have to climb the entire way down this mountain. You go, Lord knows the fall would probably kill you guys before you got there." And he looks a couple of you up and down and says, "Not that, I mean, some of you don't exactly look the athletic type."
We could go sledding downhill.
And like I have all kinds of nifty cool spells, but I do also have my limitations, especially for a group this size. But I can at least get you down the mountain.
We would appreciate that. Thank you.
And
Thank you, Ratchet.
he gets all of you to gather closer together and starts casting a spell. And he says
Thank you, Ratsap.
I'll take it. And as he's casting the spell, he says, funny thing about magic,
His magic is funny as things.
every spell comes with a price. Stay up, getting. And those are all going.
She's just like, Damn it!
Slam! I'm up. I'm up. Okay. Yep. Sorry.
For the record, I definitely did not want to end where we ended last week because it was totally going to go through the whole Grum thing and like literally reach out and grab your hand. I'm like, I was like,
Don't let go, Jack. Don't ever let go.
see,
Don't let go, Grub. I'll never let go, Grub.
I'm telling you, there was room on that damn door.
There was totally room on that damn door.
There was so room on that damn door. As you just hear that, just Axel flowing, ah, and just grabs onto Grum and just
And he,
I'm closing your door so that people do not kneecap
Oh,
themselves.
okay. That's a good idea.
So yes, as Axel wakes up after the teleport, just, what?
being drunk doesn't quite work that way.
Ah,
So,
damn.
You are going to be
Out for a while.
very likely carried or drugged for a while until you can sober up.
Won't you help me sober up?
Yeah. Imagine Al's got him slung over her shoulder or something.
Probably just dragging you behind.
Just 1 foot. Just hold on his leg.
It's just face down too, just
Mind the rocks. Thunk,
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 thunk.
thunk, thunk.
like a stuffed doll ragdoll. It's just Axel.
Yeah, Al was totally willing to sacrifice a limb if that's what it took. But, you know, it was pretty sure that there was no way I could reach in and grab him, so.
Right. Oh, he was definitely deeper than arm's length anyway.
Yeah, I'd have had to dive in.
And then you would have died.
Mm. I mean, 18d10
Yeah,
per round.
per round, and so
and you would still have to
trying-
be looking.
Yep.
So you guys find yourself on the other side of the mountain, and as opposed to the desert on the one side, on this side it's rolling green hills and grass and lovely bright sunshiny day, a couple of clouds sweating overhead.
And then you have a snoring vampire in the background.
with a snoring drunk vampire.
Getting dragged along like a rag
It's-
doll by a celestial.
It's
Mhm.
very reminiscent of the rolling grassy hills from when you guys left. What the hell was the name? I had the other two name it. The town where you got dropped into the. I remember it begins with an E.
2 L's. No.
No,
That
no.
was
Wrong,
That was the
wrong,
other
wrong
one.
TTRPG.
Wrong
Uh,
RPG.
Wrong game. No, I don't remember.
Aaron,
Iris.
I say that like the fuckers in there. No, Iris is the capital city. Up there.
Edgewater. Edge.
Found it. Can't even talk that funny. Eorzea. Eorzia. Thank you, Steph.
Yeah, like
What?
Al's gonna fucking remember that shit.
The little village with the potion,
Oh.
everything was Eorzea.
It's the Eeyore place.
Eorzea.
The Eeyore place, okay.
Eeyore.
It's the Eeyore place.
So what are you guys doing?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I am trying to avoid all that. It will take several days of travel to get to Temeria.
Well, on the way, since we're traveling at first, Geltina's gonna spend a little more time working on monk shit with Barlow.
Um,
And I had some sort of kit, but it's not. Oh, table saw.
I'll be right back.
Interesting.
okay.
It's a very expensive item to give away for free.
Mm-hmm.
Doing a little bit of looking up here. Okay. Yes. Mhm. um, so working on the monk thing, Barlow,
Mm-hmm.
and what else was it?
Didn't we say I had? What tools did I have? I had a toolkit of some kind, but it's not in my inventory.
Wasn't yours was the potion master's kit? Was it?
Potion, maybe. I
Or
yeah, I
it's-
think that's what we figured
yeah.
it was because I picked it up when I leveled up, thinking maybe I was going to help the potion master somehow.
Yeah. So I think you have an alchemy kit, is what it is.
Alchemy. Okay.
Um, and as that is going on, Ham will be doing her absolute best to teach Alanir and Axel, if he is willing, to read.
Yay!
And doing such by using the Raven Queen's quill so that she can write things down and it will shift into symbols that you guys are able to understand and then shift back so that you can realize where when you say A is for apple, you'll see an A from what you like you imagine an apple, it's a picture of an apple and you see it shift to an A so you can understand this is the symbol. And Eleanor, you notice as you're walking along that you're not quite sure what it is, but walking with your friends and trying to learn how to read and all this happy stuff, you feel a little bit stronger, a little bit smarter, a little bit wiser, and feel like you can take on the world. Uh, and everybody keeps complimenting that shiny hat.
That's so good on you.
Axel, is Axel now out of his drunken state or still in it?
Yeah, by the time all of this is going on, you're out of your drunken state. Are you willing to attempt learning how to read? You don't have to. You're welcome to stay illiterate.
But it might be a good
Yeah,
idea.
I think I might want to learn how to read. I'm 30 years old.
If for no other reason than the fact that
They're all.
If you can't read and this one can,
It would be awkward.
yeah.
So yes, I'm going to read.
Mechanically speaking, Alanir, you have gained the hat has given you +1 to your strength, +1 to your intelligence, +1 to your wisdom, and once a day resetting at dawn, you have a legendary resistance available. So at any point, if you fail a savings throw, you can choose to automatically succeed instead.
Nice. I might keep this hat on because it just makes me feel good.
Meanwhile, Axel. Okay, so A is for apple.
Shinies make me feel good.
B is for
Shinies.
B is for. How the fuck do you spell rendezvous? What?
You say rendezvous?
Like, so rendezvous is what the fuck? That's how you spell rendezvous?
Well, do note, common is not English, but that's how we view it because we speak English, so that everyone else around the world, it's whatever. Common is whatever the native language. So, for those playing D&D in Japan, common is Japanese. But it's in the world of D&D, it's just a universal language that everyone understands.
Okay.
Well, not everyone, but it's common.
Yeah, I
It's the
don't.
lingua franca.
Someone's got to teach me. He puts his head down saying, "Oh, Lord, child, there's no help for you."
Is there anything Trifecta would like to be doing during these travels?
I'm going to be looking around, exploring, but not getting far away from the group. I'd like to see if there's more things I can learn magically or find magically.
Okay.
And I want a pet.
She doesn't know about it.
Everybody wants. Huh?
She doesn't know about it, do you?
Who? Oh, Trifecta?
Yeah.
I'm not sure she has anything.
I came
to
back. You were talking to Axel about learning how to read, and you told Al about her level. I've been here for a few minutes. You were just talking. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh,
For the cloak of displacement?
And I heard about Jeltina's $500,000 in gold or
Yeah.
whatever.
She's just like, woo! We're gonna hide that and tuck it. Tuck it
We're gonna
under
tuck
our-
that right into your pants.
Ain't nobody gonna know that's there. There's-
Yeah, I had to go make a few phone calls, so Jeltina,
Oh, no worries.
let me see what we got here. Load. There we go. And yeah, this bit of travel time plus the long rest from the feast and everything will get you guys attuned to stuff.
Excellent. So change the hat to change the robe.
Let's see. Inventory. And
I may want to get something to hold my shiny.
We might need to stop in a town and get you your own bag of holding.
I just went ahead and selected your attunement. So I've got you. So I've got you attuned to the cloak.
I lost some of my
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, we want to secure your shinies.
So your AC is now 17 instead of
And I
10.
lost my
All right.
And-
Just look straight ahead. That's where I see you at.
Right. And any melee attack rolls against you are going to be actually I think it's any attack rolls. I have to double check, but are at disadvantage against you. Just have to bear in mind that because you're not proficient with the elven chainmail, you're at a disadvantage for acrobatics, athletics, and stealth checks and sleight of hand. Any strength or dexterity based checks are going to be at disadvantage.
Crap, I don't have much of an advantage on any of them.
Right. But you also get +1 to all your saving throws.
Cool.
Mhm.
Will the app add that in for her when she rolls a saving throw, or does she have to do it herself?
She'll have to remember herself that she's at advantage or disadvantage.
Okay.
As any of you do. Usually, I'm telling you to roll at advantage or disadvantage for particular reasons. But if I tell you, if you know you have advantage on a roll, and I tell you to roll at disadvantage, you need to point out that you have advantage, so that we know that it evens out.
Okay.
Because that's how you guys win D&D, right?
Yep.
Well, we try.
This is how we do it.
Meanwhile,
Okay, my disadvantage was on my saves, right? Or the attacks. I had a disadvantage on acrobatics.
Strength and dex related abilities, right? Is what the disadvantage
Yeah.
was on?
Yeah. So when you're looking at your D&D Beyond, under the skill, if you look to the left of it, you'll see what modifier it is.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, because I started my new notebook because I don't know where my other one is.
So, like, if you look to the side of your skills, right now, the ones that are at disadvantage, you'll see a red hexagon with the letter D in the middle of it. That means disadvantage. And then a green hexagon with the letter A means advantage. So,
Bathroom.
Yeah. Bathroom would be good. Oh, that's
Oh, that's pretty.
very pretty. So,
let's see if there's anything to fuck with y'all's walk for the first day, half a day. Well, so everything is nice and calm and peaceful, and you see all the birds and the squirrels.
so do we have to roll to see how much we learn?
no, probably not. Don't give him
Oh, for your-
ideas.
Yeah, both of you give
Don't give him ideas.
Intelligence checks, please.
That ricochet sucked.
Well, next time, don't give him ideas.
Use one of my divine thing, right? Heroic.
Heroic inspiration
Yes.
to reroll.
I got an 11.
I did worse too. Which is actually a dirty 1.
A dirty one?
just re-roll that?
Yes.
He used a
What was the
first
roll?
yeah, what was the first one?
4.
So add the 2 to the 4 and you got a 6?
No, he has a -1.
No, it's
Oh, he
When
has
you use-
modifiers,
when you use heroic inspiration it works different, I think.
So unfortunately, though he's trying to learn, Axel is the one thing Axel has learned is that it's difficult to learn anything when you're hung over like a motherfucker.
I got 11.
That's fair.
You know what? I think I need to be sober. I think I just need to get this headache off. God.
Alan here, on the other hand, has managed learn to spell owl.
You can call me Al.
Meanwhile, Axel, I have too bad of a hangover.
Boom.
Ba-ding.
Boom.
So how long you guys want to walk before you set up camp or what have you?
Well, don't we normally walk for like 8 to 10 hours
Well, it
and
was
then
midday when we
Oh, yeah.
started. So I mean,
It's also getting
since it's
into-
half the
it's
day
also
gone,
getting
half
into
the
early
day.
Summer, so the days are a little bit longer.
a reasonable
No, I take
amount.
that back. It's just after the spring equinox. So
So half the day
the
would
days are
be
getting a little bit longer.
Okay, so then we stop at a reasonable time.
about an hour before sunset,
You know,
so we can set up camp.
I just got to throw up my tent.
yeah, we'd still.
I
wanna be careful
didn't
and
know
pick a
you
good
kept
spot to
that
hunt.
in your stomach.
Yes.
Yeah.
Never leave home without it.
that must hurt a lot.
Sometimes.
So when you use Liam as tiny, when you put up the tiny hut before, it was cram packed. You were all in there like sardines. The question now is who all wants to stay in the tent, realizing that you all now have extra space that happens to be about 10 feet tall and 4 or 5 feet wide. It's nowhere near as warm as it was.
Oh, don't start
Yeah, in my tiny
crying.
hut.
Ow. Ow. No. I am not dealing with this
See,
again.
you ask me questions, I'm gonna ask you questions right back.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Al, look at your shiny. You'll be fine. Just hug your shiny tight.
I reach over, grab Geltina, and pick her up. And I start petting her.
Geltina's like,
God,
breathe, kid, breathe.
Just Axel.
Oh, I loosen up just a little bit, and then I go you like a baby and just start petting your head.
Axel over here just going.
Barlow's standing on
As-
the side. I've never seen her make that face before.
This is what we call choking someone to death, Barlow.
and I can totally see
Barlow,
I can
don't
totally
do what
see
I do.
Twinkle, like, even though Alanir has Geltina here doing this thing, you can see Twinkle like jumping up here and just trying to
He didn't try to burrow to
like
try to see.
waiting for the yippee.
It's
Where's the
tough.
yippee?
So
No,
I
No, you
point.
don't.
No,
It's gone.
he's looking for
Oh
the
no!
yippee.
Well, I thought I grabbed that one.
No.
Grum had it last, and it fell out
Except
of his
in
bag
the-
of holding.
Yeah, it fell out of his bag of holding, but I thought I caught that one.
Nope.
No. You did not.
It was so from your initial.
Yippee nibble.
So with your
What?
the yippee nipple. Yippee, 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 yippee.
No,
Do
he
you
doesn't
remember
know
that,
it.
Chris? Oh, he did.
You forgot.
So from your initial shiny check, I had everything numbered
Mm-hmm.
in like order of importance, and your check, I actually gave you an extra +1 just so you'd have a chance.
Yeah, you gotta have Roberto and the slugger.
Well, Roberto and the slugger were some of the first ones.
Mm-hmm.
You rolled a 22. 23 was Grum's soul crystal. So I was like, okay, I
You
gotta
gotta
give
have that one.
That one was the yippee nipple.
Oh.
So, like, one more.
Yeah, there was a lot of displacement by ones.
Almost.
Yes, so I'm petting you and maybe making you make that noise.
You're just growling.
Ham is going
She
to.
likes this. And Barlow's like, yes, she does.
I don't know what the hell is going on. I just got out of being drunk again. Seriously, I should stop getting drunk at this point.
Uh-huh.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I need to take Apollo for a walk. He's got to go. He's standing at the door staring at me.
Yeah. You want to take a break? You want to call it for the night?
Might be good to call it for the
That's
night.
up to y'all. I mean, I don't carry my phone outside because people look at me strange when I say, "Yeah, throw my vicious trident."
I was just going to say that Ham is going to stay up a little bit late, and
Okay.
she'll be outside the hut, staring at the stars and making star charts.
Okay. I'm good.
All right. Well, we'll kill the motor here, pick it back up in
My
Messenger
hut's
as we
thrown up.
have been, and of course, next week again when we start the stream. Well, fingers crossed. Next week when we start the stream, we'll do just as we did this time. Get everybody caught up, and
All right.
y'all have fun.
Yay,
All right.
bye.
Bye, guys. Love y'all.
Right?
Bye.